crazy, Malin. I'm not crazy, Malin. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. 40 years.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our third and final day here, our, I guess, second day of streams here for CGL GOATs here in winter 2026. The final four teams are locked into this tournament. We've got our upper bracket finals here between Southwest and Incoming Call. So I have one of these teams is going to be getting that top prize here at the end of this day. You ready to get it rolling?
A lot of great teams and a lot of great talent. We're kicking it off here with Southwest and Incoming Call. And at this point in the game, if you're just catching into the EU bracket for GOATs, you will see a lot of familiar faces. Even if you jumped out of Overwatch, there's a lot of talent. Like, this is a, everybody comes out for this. Everybody loves this. It's kind of a tradition, but this game in particular should be extremely interesting when we look at like the lineups and how they got here.
Get a quick look at those lineups potentially, maybe.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. We got Damian, Zaun, Rafa on that tank line for Southwest, Evoxy, Nozarino, and Luca on those three supports. You'll notice everybody's on the same hero. Just a refresher, if you're checking in, I assume that most of y'all know what GOATs is. 3 tanks, 3 supports, usually the same 3 on both roles. Reinhardt, Zarya, Diva, Brig, Lucio, Zenyatta. On the other side, though, we got Ukej, Crow, and the Victim, Yukino, Horrocks, and Santi X, like you said. So I have a bunch of names and faces that we have all come to love over the past few years, GOATs or otherwise. So it should be a lot of fun to finish up this tournament tonight.
Yeah, a lot of big players who I know are very, very good. Particularly the standout to me is Horrocks, who we all know. If you've ever seen him terrorize Twitter, you know that he's a very good Lucio player and lives for GOATs. So I'm expecting kind of the best out of him in Incoming Call, considering Oncoming Call has not dropped a map They are 2-0 through this, and as we move over to Lijiang Tower, they're looking to keep this going here against the Southwest squad, who they've won. It's been 2-1s across the board in the previous rounds, but it's been fighting for them. So I do think that, you know, going into this incoming call probably has a little bit of an edge. Just to double back and kind of finish up what you were saying, though, there is a little bit of flexibility in the comps. You can run the Winston if you want to run it over the Wine. We did see that. We actually had that very briefly on a map like 2 years ago, but it probably won't stay around. And you can replace the Zen for Moira or Ana, but that's probably not going to happen. As you can see, all 6 have chosen exactly what is expected.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the GOATs comp.
Yeah.
This is the composition that, you know, the team GOATs forged all those years ago. What was it, 2017, 2018?
God, forever ago. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very long time ago. You can see Damien rocking that Titan skin. Maybe a little bit of bumper action here as we head into Lijiang Tower Night Market. It would appear.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, we're teleporting over the point. Okay. Yukej swinging a little bit here, trying it to build up some charge for it. There's already a roll in. Here's the pin.
The frames. It can't handle all the GOATs.
Mine too. Yeah, it's a lot. It is definitely a lot. Sorry, having a bit of technical difficulties. You know, GOATs can be a lot for everybody, right? We'll come back to us for a moment.
Yeah, let's remember, Overwatch 2 was not really designed for 6v6 anymore. They only started re-implementing a lot of that. And then tack on, I know if you are looking at that, if you were looking very intently and you know the numbers maybe, you see that some of those numbers are insane. You know, people having way more health or armor or like shield values being way more. That's simply because that's the only way we can make the maths like kind of balance out. So you're not crazy, but don't worry, everything is being played as close to official GOATs as it was back in the day. But I will say, Fletch, Southwest did get the initial kind of point capture there. They did kind of have the positioning to get to the point, and in GOATs, it's all about positioning, so we'll have to check in and see what changed.
We're back in, and it's incoming call that actually breaks through there early. There is an Earth Shatter from Damien and Yukej for that matter, as Yukej pins Voxy to the wall. Okay, I hate this. You know what? It's been a while, and they still haven't fixed the bug. That's phenomenal.
Which one?
The kill feed bug.
Oh yeah, no, they have that. That's awful. I hate that for us. Man. All right. Well, incoming call did get up to about 60-something% or so, about 60% and climbing. So again, pretty in the way. Southwest does have the ultimates kind of defensively coming in, so we'll have to see this sound barrier probably be the difference maker in all of it.
All right. Well, Rafa is in. We do see the Graviton Surge from the victim, but Luca Nozarino good for the bounce back there as Rafa tries to rotate over to the point. Southwest is well in control of this fight here, but they need to get to the point. They will, though, going to get the flip just before that 99% overtime for incoming call.
Yeah, I respect incoming call's decision there. It would have been very easy to just pop trance when under pressure and try to just turn the fight to win. Instead, they're just going to take this for the longer fight and just wait until they build up the ultimates and have all 3 supports and just kind of win defensively versus all these 3 aggressive tank ults.
Coming back in momentarily. We're going to see a Graviton Surge from Zound. Rafa good for 1 or 2, I guess it would appear, with that self-destruct, and Southwest will retain their hold. Very, very quick fight there for Southwest.
I mean, the destruct bomb combo is so potent. That's one of those things that's kind of the fundamentals of GOATs you have to play well against, and if the Rhine falls, you kind of just are left very defenseless to it. So incoming call still now with 1. They only have sound barrier up versus these other Southwest ults, so I really do think that incoming calls just kind of have to play this a little bit slower and just maybe, they're gonna commit into that.
Yeah, that Earth Shatter blocked there by Yukej. Yukej tried to drop the sound barrier themselves, but gets stunned up there by Evoxy. Now Zound with so much charge here, walking it down, and Southwest has well established themselves in this game.
They gave self-destruct there, and we're committing. Oh, I don't know about this. I know we're coming down to the last fight. That's a pull decision.
Well, UKej and Zoun are both dead, so there was a trade there. Evoxy falls, so the numbers do come in favor of incoming call, but not anymore with Nozarino and Crow going down. It's still the trades, though. We do see the rally in there. This is, yeah, looking like incoming call has finally rolled through. The Stragglers are coming back, trying to keep this overtime rolling. Horrocks Graviton surge there by Zoun. Horrocks will fall. UKej rolling back through, trying to keep it going. A trade for Evoxy here as Yukino has found 2 picks. A nice little bubble there to protect UKej as the pin comes through, and the objective is secured there for incoming call, as close as these rounds could possibly be.
Yeah, that was a very, very close round. I know we were kind of in and out of it, but you could really see that incoming call. Like I said, I was a little questionable about that last call, Fletch, you know, the decision to send the Graviton Surge. But that's part of GOATs, is knowing when the fight has gone on just long enough, when you have the last ultimate, whether you built. And that's kind of what they did. They pushed long enough. They never let the fight end. And then when they were tracking the rest of their ults, realized, oh, well, there's no defensive for this. So we have a Sound Barrier, we have a Graviton Surge. Let's push back in. So great recognition from the side of incoming call to just acknowledge and pay attention to that ult tracking. That is such a key element of this comp that, like, it just cannot be stated. That's where so many teams fall apart, is they're just not tracking and are aware of what their opponents have on the ultimates, because that's how you win fights in this. You have to win by overwhelming with pure power.
All right, here we go. Control Center, the quintessential rush map here on Lijiang Tower. Jockeying for a little bit of that positioning as Southwest has taken the early positioning on the objective. And now you see incoming call trying to roll through early, but with the victim falling here so early and crew losing out on that mech and then their life, it will be a quick and easy first fight victory here for Southwest. And if they can get rid of Damien, that would be phenomenal. They lose Nozarino and Damien, so incoming call has been able to come back through a nice disengage. They're gonna try and take advantage of the numbers game. Zoun is able to get one on the back pedal. Can they stabilize it? The answer looks like no right now as crew comes back through with Zoun, but Nozarino does not want to give this up. Earth Shatter in from UKej. Crew gonna use that self-destruct to get back into the mech. Neither team has a Lucio. Rafa out of this fight at the hands of UKej and the victim. Now we see the Transcendence and the Earth Shatter from the other side. UKej, so much HP. That rally armor coming through huge. Damien will fall to Yukino as Santi tries to take care of this Lucio on the objective. And I mean, Southwest has milked at least another 20% out of this fight, but eventually incoming call will be able to break through.
Yeah, they got double what they realistically should have, but a lot of that was to, again, just kind of pushing a little bit further. Southwest committed that first trance, 5 minutes ago, back at the entrance point, that first choke point, maybe a little too ambitiously, and that kind of snowballed it out. It's just Graviton Surge up for Southwest, so, I mean, it should get met by the Sound Barrier here. Incoming call just needs the later. I would say they're going to use the sound earlier, and it was the right call there.
Yeah, 2 grabs there used. The victims was the better one, as incoming call will collapse on these stragglers and retain their hold.
Yeah, beautifully done. I mean, it's still a lot of ways to go for incoming call, and it's back to basically neutral here. So, I mean, incoming call really has to poke. Uke does have, I mean, we're coming back into shatters, so it's going to kind of come down to, just kind of who pulls these ultimates later. These kinds of value-based ultimates like Shatter and Trance are really going to kind of set the pace here. Trances are both online, so positioning now, going to the high ground is going to be so important, seeing where incoming call traps them.
Here is that Earth Shatter coming up very, very soon for both of these teams. Crew does take care of Nozarino, so already a 2-player advantage here. Yep. And now that's 3, as Santi did rip that Transcendence. So it will be incoming call, not needing to invest these impact ultimates, and now we're coming up on this next fight. Yeah, a lot going on here in this, what could be the last fight, and that's a lot of ultimates on the line.
Yeah, look, I called out Horrocks to impress me, and you know what, double boop there at the end, including their Lucio play. They've been playing very well. Incoming call, yeah, like you said, is ready to close us out. 3-3 on ultimates. It's going to be tough. Great aggressive graviton surge from incoming call. I love that. Beautifully done.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The bomb tried to go through. Not quite sure if there will be a touch. There will be a touch in here for Southwest, but it's not really going to amount to much as a couple of squishies. I mean, as good as Diva is in this composition, you know, that Pilot Diva form, not all that strong. Can't quite get there. Lucio and Pilot Diva not going to get that job done. So incoming call will be able to come through here on map number 1.
Turns out the incoming call is to the grand prize, Fletch, because they have their eyes on it. And with a performance like that, I mean, they look like they are ready to continue dominating. Like I said earlier, they haven't dropped a game. They've won their matches, but not a single game dropped in playoffs. So very, very good-looking squad, and you can kind of see it reflected in their play. They're acknowledging when to push the game, the length of these fights a little bit longer. They're acknowledging when they need to start the fight sooner, push the tempo of these fights, and kind of catch Southwest off their kilter. Again, that perfect graviton surge into the choke point, and that last fight was exactly what I was expecting. They took it early. They wanted to win into that. They sent their ults into it, and they recognized, look, they're not ready. They're thinking we were going to be able to push through the choke and kind of maybe poke a little to build some ults. No, that's not happening. Goats wins on aggression, so sometimes it's knowing when you need to flow with that ebb and tide of the fight, when you need to go aggressive, or when you need to just get out of the way and kind of reset for the next segment.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you, but that's not to say that, you know, Southwest was not playing exceptionally well. I mean, they looked very, very good, especially there on Night Market, where they were doing exactly what you were, talking about, taking the aggression and pushing up very, very hard. Especially after they had gotten those caps, they were trying to take every advantage they could get. You know, they were at 99% for their entire hold, right? Eventually they let it go. Unfortunately for them, the ultimates just favored incoming call at the end of that sub map. Could have even gone a little farther. Just how it kind of shakes out sometimes, right? It's hard to keep up with everything, especially in GOATs, right? You know, you were talking about how crucial the ultimate tracking is in this composition, and it is it's hard, way harder than normal Overwatch, right? Because these ultimates are coming up 30-45 seconds at a time, right? Rallies, the transcendence, they can be used every single fight. And if you can't keep up with that, you're gonna get outpaced.
You're gonna get caught out. No, Southwest had like 3 trances on Control Center alone, and 2 within the same fight, like exactly how you were saying. Just the amount of sheer damage and healing that gets output through these comps, it does make it hard to track, but you have to do your best into it. We do have our next map though, and again, as following tradition, it's just going to be Kings Row. Like, this is, again, kind of one of those, so for anybody who maybe is newer to Overwatch, maybe jumped in when the 2 was added, this is actually like one of those places where the kind of GOATs beta formats was really started. Back in the EU side, we used to see quad tank with 2 supports come out. We saw, like variations on this GOATs kind of get tested in Kings Row. So, as much as we love to like joke on like Kings Row being like kind of the just every pro players love pick, like there's a lot of history between Kings Row and GOATs, so it makes total sense that teams want to play here.
Sure. I would love to see like Para-ESO GOATs.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I also would love to see that.
It would be awesome.
Don't get me wrong, I'm with you.
We do have a couple of substitutions here. Gomaha in for the tank role here for Southwest. Rafa moving over to the support line now.
Okay.
A little bit of a swap up here for Southwest. Try to get that little extra oomph that they needed, because they weren't that far behind, right?
No.
They didn't have that. It wasn't a blowout on map number 1. We'll just say that. So Trying to get a little bit of that extra kick in the pants to try and get past this incoming call squad. Of course, I think it is worth noting that everything up to this point has been first to 2. As far as I know, this game is going to be first to 3. So this is not match point just yet. You know, Southwest has got a little bit of time here to try and get back into this game.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time. Like you had said, it is going to be first to 3 in these segments. Grand finals will be even more so. But I do think that, let's see what these, I'm very curious to see what these changes from Southwest kind of bring in, because with Rafa swapping over to the Lucio, that tells me we're kind of just, like, Nozarino did kind of end up being the first pick a lot of the game. So I'm wondering if there's maybe a bit of, like, just positioning where, you know, we're just not feeling it. It's day 2. We've played a lot of goats. Great pin into a stun, though.
Goodness.
Beautiful. Just exploded.
Yeah, pinned right into the brig. Ukej does come through. There was a trade. No, wait, sorry. I'm really getting confused by this this kill feed. But yeah, that pin from Ukej is just going to lead to a big snowball fight there for incoming call.
And that's, you had kind of alluded to this, the bumper style goats play, for those who maybe didn't get to see Overwatch League in its existence. But, you know, there were tanks that just literally their goal was just, I'm pinning the other Reinhardt. Everybody, I'm going forward, we're pinning in. Like, you don't normally pin, but I mean, the value that it seems like we're getting from these pins is insane as the victim hits too. That's beautifully done.
Yeah, I mean, that is beautiful. I mean, this is what you want, right? A great GOATs team pushing their advantage for everything that they've got here. Gomaha going up to the high ground, trying to take a little bit of positioning that incoming call would not expect. But, I mean, with everything that has been happening here thus far on King's Row, it's incoming call that has these heavy ultimates coming up soon. I mean, somehow Damien is actually outpacing Ukej for Earthshatter. I'm not really sure when that happened, but I'm sure Damien's going to want to let that rip here very soon. There it is.
Beautiful. 2
on their backs, Kino and Crew, but it's going to be the victim throwing down.
Quad.
Okay, yeah. I saw that self-destruct come out, the Graviton Surge and the Earthshatter, so all 3 of those lead to a 4K self-destruct, an incoming call on cruise control right now.
And that's where we're talking about, you know, this is where it's going to get interesting, because the fundamentals of GOATs is knowing what, you know, ultimate pairings you really need. Shatter Bomb is a classic. That's one of those easy fight wins, just like that. Maybe it was a little costly with Surge. Yeah, but I say maybe it was a little costly with Grab, but like it did everything it needed to do. So now we're back down to, you know, in the C segments here with only rallies up and sound barriers. So it's going to be very defensive. It's going to come down to the longer game of this fight.
All right, well, Ukej goes down. Sound barrier comes down from Forex and Rafa each. Now the the Graviton Surge from Zaun, Gomaha, and Damien coming through, taking advantage of the... They didn't even get it. They didn't even get the kill.
They didn't even confirm it. They didn't even confirm the kill. Worth it. Worth it. As the kids say, worth. Yeah. But that's just what happens, right? We were talking about this earlier.
This is not good. That's not good.
Swing back here so far behind. Incoming caller just going to run this down, yeah.
Wait, they lose Yukino.
They lose 2?
Neither team has a Brigitte right now, and Crow goes right back off the map. This time unintentionally, but wow, what a comeback there, even without Evoxy.
Yeah, I was fearing for Southwest there because they were man down and would have had to play to that. Watch this Damien pin coming through. Oh, the shatter there. Nope, there it is.
There's the shatter. Wow, yeah, Damien comes through huge with the sneaky shatter, and incoming call, and Crew off the map for a third fight in a row.
I mean, look, you gotta watch it. This is still GOATs. You gotta watch your corners. You gotta make sure everything happens. That kind of stuff is cheesy. They still have rally. Yeah.
And Evoxy's almost back to rally. That's so crazy.
That's how this game works, fam. But there's a self-destruct and there's a trade still for incoming call.
What is happening?
Incoming call just built different.
Yeah, I mean, that's 3 picks there, and there's another one. Rafa.
Built different.
Okay, yeah. but like maybe built wrong. I
Built
don't know,
incorrectly.
man.
Built slightly off kilter. Still, I mean, that was a cheap fight for incoming call, though. That was a cheap fight. There's grab bomb coming up here. Sound barrier is going to probably shut both of those down. So I'm looking at Horrocks here for the later sound barrier to close this out for incoming call. 3 minutes on the clock means this could be last fight if this sound barrier takes long enough.
I mean, there's a whole lot of tank ultimates, but Yukesh falls. Graviton Surge comes out. Rafa gonna throw down that cell or that. Okay. Crew's gonna be able to get one, but in this situation, I'm not sure that one is enough here. Because they're down already 2 players, Yukesh and I believe it was Yukino that went out there. Yukesh has returned to the fight. Zound has a Graviton Surge, and so there's nothing to answer this right now.
There's Rally. Rally has to get it now.
You need to get it going, and there is the self-destruct bomb, or rather the shatter bomb there, and now. I mean, this has been such a long hold here from Southwest, but there's still 2.5 minutes on this clock.
Yeah, these fights have been so intense, but there's still 2 minutes left to go, Fletch, here. It's worth noting incoming call did send Rally into that pretty aggressively, thinking they were going to be able to push, but now there's that ebb back. They're going to have to give Graviton Surge for Zound to try to slow this up, and it gets nothing.
Yeah, finally Santi was able to build up to that Transcendence. Damien does have the Earth Shatter ready to go as another player falls off the map. This time it is Damien. Looking for one more is Rafa there. They see this Lucio in the back line. Horrocks going to drop the sound barrier to try and stay alive in that small room. Now the later sound barrier comes through. It's going to be Rafa trying to keep this fight afloat here for the side of incoming call. Damien did drop the Earth Shatter. It's going to lead it to a couple of picks, but Crow comes through huge. Nothing going there, or nothing else needed, rather, for that self-destruct to find 3 picks. Without Damien, there's no way to hide. And it will be a map completion here for the side of incoming call.
Beautifully done. Again, these longer fights, it just feels like incoming calls kind of seems to understand when do we need to commit into this, when do we back out, because you could see that just prior to that incoming call, like you had called out when they were down 2, kind of just being like, okay, maybe we push back, we gave up a little space, kind of just realize this, and it seems like they're just capitalizing when Southwest tries to get aggressive, which is causing Southwest to kind of be afraid to get aggressive and play a little bit more passive, which is fine. There are times when you want to do that in GOATs, but generally speaking, like, even if you have the numbers advantage, if you know you have one up, you need to press that. Like, getting a Reinhardt or a Brigitte should be basically a fight win for these teams. So I really do want to see Southwest just kind of, when they get a pick, when they get Uke out, I want to see them just step on that gas pedal and just run it down, because the shot calling and the target focus just kind of looks a little bit better from incoming call. Pair that with their great ultimate combinations and just their ability to kind of decide, all right, this is winnable, we're going to commit ults into this. They're just looking like the better team and ready to close this out. Southwest, I still think, has a lot of fight in them. I really do think, like, there's no changes you need to make other than just let's just take away the fear. This is grand finals. This is winners finals. Even if you lose, you still have another chance. So I want to see Southwest just commit into this and just out into them here.
Going here for Southwest's attack. Okay. Throwing in a couple of those fire strikes every now and again. Jockeying for this positioning, looking for an opportunity to roll through, pin back around the other side of Mondada here. Yukesh has the Earth Shadow ready to go, gonna drop it. I don't think it actually hit anything, but it was nice to have it. As
attempts were made.
Did Damien also get Earth Shadow?
I think he did, because that was what caused the except Ukes was blocked. Ukes went into Damien's shield and Damien got on the other side. So that was kind of what it was. Sound barrier up already for Rafa, though, is actually huge, paired up with Lucian's already coming into Transcendence. Like, incoming call have to disengage this if they want to live to fight.
All right, Yukino trying to get active here. The whip shot going to claim it. Damien getting aggro as all get out, rotating around the back side, looking for the cell, or the Diva will find the Diva, and they're going to stagger out this Diva for as long as they can. Gomaha, another couple of seconds out of that spawn room, and now Southwest going to have to figure out a way to get through this, man.
I mean, it's going to be tough. You don't have really you're coming into the ultimates, but incoming call probably going to push aggressive. They have 5 of 6. Like, again, if incoming call just goes aggressive, they win this, and they're waiting for Southwest to trap. It's going to be the high rotate. Oh. It's going to be the high rotate. That was dangerous, but the high rotate coming in, so surely incoming call knows where this is coming from, and they should be able to cut him off.
Well, here is the Graviton Surge in from the pick, and Ukej comes through with the pick on to Evoxy. Zound has one of their own, but I mean, at this point, you do not invest any more than you need, and they don't need anything. They just need to live.
It was a moderately expensive fight. This might be a bit of a. I mean, Gomada's out. I was gonna say this might. Wow. I was gonna say that was actually a great point for Southwest to punish, but man, incoming call. They're covering each other. They're playing like a phenomenal team. It feels like they must have scrimped forever with how this communication looks.
Yeah, I mean, these teams love this composition, and you can see it in their gameplay. Zound looking for the Graviton Surge, going to hit the Graviton Surge. Transcendence in from Santi, but Horrocks through the Graviton Surge, through all of the mania going on there. Going to find Damien trying to cleave it through all those players. Ukej does not have a shield, but is A-okay to live here, and now only 60 seconds left, and it doesn't feel like Southwest is any closer to capping this point than they were when they started the round.
Say, if anything, they're in a worse position. I mean, you have 3 ults up for Southwest, Shatter, Rally, and you have a Transcendence, but you're behind. You don't have a Graviton Surge. You don't have Sound Barrier. Incoming Call has just been winning fights for cheaper, and now coming into this probably last fight, they should just be able to overwhelm and close it out here.
Well, there is the Earth Shatter in from Damien. Ukej goes down. See the self-destruct in from Crow. Won't find anything there that time. Has been pretty efficient with those self-destructs thus far. Damien does get traded out here as Horrocks tries to help keep this fight above board, and they're able to get rid of Gamaha's mech here. This is brutal as they await the return of Ukej. Rafa is able to get one of those picks out, so then, you know, they're trying to keep this here in position as Damien has built up to another Earth Shatter. The numbers now finally leaning toward Southwest. Luca, that was a little bit dangerous as we're going to see this Diva and the Brig come through. There is a self-destruct to speak of. You know, Luca will go down. You know what? I don't actually hate that.
I don't hate that.
Yeah, do not invest that Transcendence for that.
Yeah, if it was a little bit closer, maybe you invest Transcendence, but like it's all but assured that you had the point, so that was the right call. And Southwest in the 11th hour will keep it alive. Now the advantage swings their way here, Fletch. You can see it. They have 5 of 6. They have all their aggressive ults, all their tank ults. Where incoming call, I mean, Santi is so far away in reality. Like, they'll come back, they'll get Rally and Trance probably early in the fight. But if Southwest recognizes that they have the advantage here, and I think they do by the Ryan's positioning, they should be able to win this out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Damien comes through with the pick on to you. Gomaha following up beautifully there, Southwest. Now doing essentially what we saw incoming call do on their attack, taking every bit of aggression that they can afford to take. And, I mean, they don't have much time, so they're going to need everything they got.
The other problem is that Zound doesn't really have energy too, which is kind of one of those, you know, like, you really want to try to keep Zarya's energy up. It does drop pretty quickly here, but you'd like to have that going into this fight. Unfortunately, not really able to keep it. Grab Surge is up for both sides though, and I mean, it's kind of fairly even here. Uke has the difference maker in this Shatter, so we'll have to see if they can, if incoming call can put some sort of a combo together.
Wow, that was an aggressive grab there from the victim. Now we're going to see a grab bomb in here.
Oh, it fell the wrong side.
For Gomaha there, can't keep track of it through all of the mayhem that this composition provides, and Southwest will be able to break through. They are moving it now.
nicely done by them. Again, that's what I was talking about. You have to know when to put those combos together. And as a Reinhardt, you have to be able to track that bomb. Yeah, you kind of, your instinct is to not look at it. Someone has to know where that's coming down, and it usually does fall on the Rein. It's why you usually see Reins put their shields up and track it all the way, because it's too important to miss. Shatter up for Damien, goes wide, no value there.
There is a counterpin there from Yukej trying to keep it going, but now the sound barrier comes through. They're going to try and push this advantage.
So
yeah, I mean, Yukej getting the sound barrier from Harex there will be good to keep Yukej alive, who has continually been below half HP for the last, 15 to 20 seconds. Will not fall there. 3 players will, off the map, that is. Incoming call, though, will be able to finally break that push.
It was tough. They had the streak going there for a while, but again, incoming call just kind of ebbs and flows. They see the sound barrier, they back up, they give the positional. And Southwest just, again, I want to see them just push into the aggression, or at least just push the advantages they have here, because right now they don't have it, so they have to make one. No way!
Least obvious self-destruct ever there from Gomaha. Crow gonna lose out on the mech, but that's ridiculous.
That's
a team as good as incoming call should not die. Two people should not die to a Rog bar.
No, just a random Diva bomb shot out there. We'll trade for Trance here, as they will fight in the spawn. Shatter now out from you, catches too. Sunbury in response. I mean, the card's still moving, but it's tough. It's an expensive fight.
I mean, Southwest does still have their rally armor, as Yukej gonna drop that Earth Shatter. It will be incoming call following up on that good Earth Shatter, but and now, they needed to find some kind of in there for the side of Southwest, because with 8 seconds left on the clock and only one player that they know the location of, I mean, this is just not going to be enough. There won't be a touch, and now incoming call moving to match point here. 2-0, continuing their undefeated streak here in this upper bracket.
I will say, 2-0, Southwest has looked very strong. This has been a very, we always say this, that the scoreline never reflects the real match. This is so true, though. Southwest really has been putting an incredible play. There's that quad from, that was a 5. It was a 5 because I got the DMAC too. I mean, it has been very close despite that 2-0. I feel like Southwest was like a fight, a couple small decisions, a right disengage from probably getting a completion and sending us around again. But incoming call, again, like we kind of said, it just seems like the communication and the team play is just so far locked in. It feels like those ult combinations, shatter bomb, grab bomb, have just all been just so perfectly lined up. It sounds like the communication is there, the focus fire is there, and it's really hard to stop a team that's firing on all cylinders like that. So Southwest, despite looking like a very, very good team, obviously they made it this far, just kind of struggling against the wall.
All right, everybody. 2-0 scoreline here for incoming call. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have map number 3, just a little bit more on the other side of this break, so stick around. This match way closer than this score indicates.
You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you
All right, welcome back, everybody. Right now, incoming call up 2-0 over Southwest. But so we talked about it a little bit before the break here. Incoming call, they've looked like a great team, but Southwest has been no slouches thus far throughout this matchup. I mean, there's no doubt that they're in the winners finals, right? They're guaranteed top 3 in this tournament. So obviously they're a very good team, but they've just kind of been falling just a couple of steps behind incoming call for this whole first 2 maps thus far.
Yeah, I think
now,
I think you said it there. Like they're a couple steps behind, and that's constantly what's costing them. Is incoming call is constantly 2 steps ahead of them. So I think you nailed it. I think that's it. Yeah.
So now, as we head into this third map, it's going to be
Rialto.
to be Rialto. It's going to be escort. That's the word I was looking for. Was escort. I didn't want to say payload. It's going to be escort. It's going to be Rialto. You were talking about it. I haven't really been tapped in all that much. To what's been going on. You talked about during the break that Rialto has kind of become, a favorite for GOATs players, as it's pretty flat for the most part. There's a little bit of high ground control on the first objective, but that high ground becomes way less oppressive on the second and even more so into the third. So, just run it down at these long corridors, and it's not like there's a Widowmaker to dink you from long ways away in the back of these long sight lines. So it's just running a straight line simulator here on Rialto, it feels like.
It is, but at the same time, where you put those fights is going to matter so much. Like, these first couple of corners are always going to be important for Rialto. No changes coming in. It seems like both teams are pretty happy with their lineups now that we sell them. I will say, Fletch, though, the second point, B segment, does have a little bit of a high value matters kind of thing. We'll constantly see teams kind of take that stair ground and that building, that kind of stairs up, because it gives you so much coverage from those things like those Zarya lobs, those alternate fires. So there is like a little bit, there's more importance, like you said, it is a lot of straight lines, but it's also very important to where those fights kind of happen, which has been very in the favor of incoming call. The other interesting thing, it's not going to be run by these teams. This is like, I kind of joked about it earlier where we would see the Winston kind of come in and get a little play. This is actually one of those maps where the Winston GOATs kind of did get a little bit of attempts and some trials in previous CGL GOATs events. So, it's one of those interesting cases. A front hold is actually the right call here. You play on either side of this barrier. So I think I like this positioning of Southwest. I'm just acknowledging, look, let's play aggressive. You can get 2 fights out of this if you try to hold it, and the more you keep them in spawn, the more time you burn off the clock, which Southwest desperately needs to do here if they want to stay alive. Guys, they have GOATs. I think we know. I think we can see it coming.
Guys, GOATs are a throw.
GOATs throw in current era.
All right, yeah, I mean, the dive up there from Gamaha. Counter dive is great there. Yeah, the counter dive was immaculate there from Pro, and with the help of that Discord orb from Santi, is get our first slow mode of the day there for a moment, but it will be an incoming call coming through huge with the picks. They did get 1 pick there, but it won't amount to much more as they get their push started.
I mean, that's, again, you take the first fight just because it's the easiest, like, that's the right thing to do. You will get 1 more fight before the point, so you'll see incoming call take this very close to the gates, try to keep this choke point on their side, and maybe try to funnel them in so there's not really a place for Southwest to get out. They'll push right through, which is great for Southwest. I love this rotation. They just need to capitalize on it now.
All right, Southwest coming through here. Pro with the self-destruct already ready to go here. Gonna throw that one up. What do we get? No. And it's another 2.
Come on.
I mean, to be fair to them, it was pretty. It was pretty card, I believe that Reinhardt shatter was, or shield was incredibly low.
Yeah, it was probably broken, but like, you shouldn't. Come on, Fletch. Like, we can't be getting 2Ks off the knock with just a blank bomb. Incoming call has their support line up and ready. They have the spacing. They'll get point A, and it's gonna be a quick, easy rundown. Easy.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see now the desperation from Southwest to stay in this game, and it's just not going well because, I mean, incoming call is just capitalizing on the positioning and the aggression that Southwest just can't keep up with.
Goes so deep, has the intel. This is that kind of second point high ground that was very important to contest here. Beautifully done. Just to get a little charge there. Another self-destruct coming up for Crow. This is that kind of point where Southwest will try to hold from the high ground. They'll have the positional advantage of being able to drop down into it. It looks like they're giving it up immediately, so incoming call probably at the advantage here.
Crow has bomb again, by the way.
Yeah, in the back. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think they saw it.
Okay, no, they heard it. They're gonna drop the Earth Shatter. Damien and Gamaha good for a little bit of a lay down on their backs there. Crow trying to keep this fight going in the front line. Nobody's died in a minute, and that's just quintessential GOATs. Either everybody dies in a second or nobody dies at all. Rafa will be able to finally find that pick onto Horax, but Crow's mech very, very low. Damien getting discorded there and two people swinging. You can't block those melee weapons. The alternate fires here from Zoun, very, very strong though right now with all of that charge. So finally Southwest will be able to put their foot down and hold it here on this second point.
Done again, just maybe a little bit of aggressive cheeky play coming in from incoming call, trying to see if they could sneak something out. Just kind of punished by the better positioning of that. Southwest with ults in Shatter Trance, they're leading the way. They have the one singular aggressive ult. Great Shatter. They just have to follow up on it.
Yeah, there's a counter pin there, and I mean, Damien is in way, way deep, but so is Yukino, it would appear, as not very protected in the middle of your team. Not as much as you would imagine, and it will be a great follow-up on that Graviton Surge that leads it to a Southwest fight victory.
It was a little bit costly. You did end up spending Grab Surge into that, but it was it was free because Trance was used. There's nothing else, but now with Southwest coming into ults, incoming Skull's still been a little bit behind. They'll come into all three of their tank ults, and Southwest has 2 to answer that. So they should be able to get some sort of equal value here. Trade 2 for 1 on the support line. And Gamaha with the self-destruct matching Crows kind of puts us in the incoming call economy bucket.
Yeah, that's brutal. The rally did try to come through from Evoxy, but just not nearly enough time to build up any meaningful amount of armor here. There was a couple of picks there on the Yukino and Santi, but incoming call are going to be able to roll this through here, and that's just ult charge. That's just ult charge. There's the Earth Scatter. Soundbird comes through. The Graviton Surge. The victim going to try and keep this going. Pro with the self-destruct. They did use everything there, but it will be enough to, at the very least, get them very close. Ukej does a fall here. Gamaha, not to use the self-destruct to get back into mech, not in the perfect position to do so anyway. So it will be incoming call rolling through. 2 minutes left, 2 minutes 40, I should say, to capture out at this point.
A little bit costly for incoming call. You would have liked to have saved one of those support ultimates, but that's the tricky thing. Along with that is remembering that Rally is now back in the day. Rally used to be instant armor, like you had called out several times before. Still, it lasts forever, but you do get instant armor right away. And with Southwest having 3 tank ults, they should be able to push through this. All Shatter goes wide. No, that's no good.
Yeah, 1 player down on each side. We're going to see grab bomb. This Transcendence can't protect from the bomb. And I'm not really sure how Ukej got that airtime there, but it will be enough to protect most of this team. So Southwest trying to get it moving, but Crow, 15-player kill streak, has been an absolute maniac on Rialto.
I say, surprisingly, with the stumble, they've been looking very, very good here. Incoming call coming into grab bomb. There's only trance, which is not enough to stop this combination. So this is going to be a close fight down to the wire here.
The bubble, only thing needed to block that self-destruct. We're going to see the Earth Shatter in from Damien. UKEJ will fall there. Harak's going to try to keep that sound barrier to, you know, stabilize this fight, but it just will not be enough here with just under 90 seconds on the clock here. Southwest will be able to hold off the completion.
Still time for one more fight, though, and with incoming calls economy looking a little bit better here, a little bit of restraint, which is just funny coming from a team including Horrocks. Like we have Rally, we have Shatter. It looks like that self-destruct. So that's gonna be back in, and we have Trance. Like we have so many good pieces. The longer this goes, the Southwest will get their ult economy back in check. So I want to see incoming call. They're gonna have to give up some abilities to kind of push into this. It might just hurt them in the long run.
Yeah, that self-destruct just going way too far into the back line there, unfortunately.
Oh, big.
Earth Shatter in from Damien. Yeah, that is huge. I think that was 5.
4. That was 4.
4 or 5? Yeah, that was a crazy Earth Shatter there from UKEJ. There will be a touch here, I can imagine, but it's not going to be a comfortable one.
It's the Brig who gives their life for it. Ryan will get the other touch. They're still alive, but it's just gonna favor incoming call here. They have the ultimates. It's over.
Yeah. Capture comes through. 14 seconds on the clock here for incoming call. I mean, that said, right, that was still a very, very strong hold on the defensive side there from Southwest. This series continuing to deliver, you know, still incoming call looking like the better team in general, but Southwest, man, they've got hands for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I would expect nothing better out of the Winners EU Open Finals. Like, this is exactly what I would have expected. But like we've been saying the whole way through, 14 seconds, that's such an improvement for a team like Southwest. Like, you know, in map 1, they kind of just got rolled on, you know, they 100-0'd on one of the controlled submaps, and here we are, like, basically almost getting the stop. Like, even from map 1, 2, 3 has been a phenomenal improvement from Southwest. You can see they're getting a little bit better with every single fight. It's just unfortunately not been quite enough because incoming call just continues to kind of just out kind of maneuver. They kind of out position a little bit, and they kind of out use their ults a little bit better each time. Lucian's eyeing the Ana. I actually don't hate this for the opening. So hear me out, because if you hit a purple into a pile of goats, like right away when there's no trance and there's nothing really in the way, you stop a lot. This Ana probably won't stay past this opening fight to try to stop the short hold, but I do really like it as just a quick little adaptation.
Yeah, I mean, blocking that Inspire, that Lucio can provide a lot there, and unfortunately a nice little sleep there, putting UKEJ down. Unfortunately, yeah, that nade wasn't
the nade,
all that
unfortunately,
great. Nice little whip shot there from Evoxy as Southwest will be able to break the incoming call hold, and Luca, ditching that 50% charge to the Nano Boost, opting for the Zenyatta, the right call.
But it was right, because the CC that you get from Ana in the beginning, even this, like, we joke about the nade, but even just sleeping the Rhine out for like 3 seconds is so impactful in a comp like this. When your shield is gone, it's why, like, losing Rhine is almost a guaranteed fight win for most teams. So still in the neutral here. I mean, it just looks like incoming call took just aggressive enough. They have the positional advantage.
Ah, man, you can't allow Damien to fall there. That's just unfortunate.
That's it. It's over.
As the victim rolls through. They're going to try and get out of this alive, not feed any more charge than they have to, but it's just going to be a D.Va that gets away.
Fletch, what did I just say about losing Reinhardt? You cannot give your Reinhardt up. That is like one of your 2 linchpins for this comp to survive. Yeah, Damien's just unfortunately been pushing a little bit too aggressive, kind of getting caught out. Self-destruct here. Crow's gotten way too much value from those just in the match, so, like, good.
Yeah, there's nobody falling here, though, as the rally comes through, but Crow, you know, that steadfast passive not on these tanks anymore, so Crow, even without the Lucio boost, just tossing people around. And goodbye, Crow.
The grab is an interesting choice. I don't know that we needed it, but I'm not disappointed in it. Looks like the back on cart
back here. Like,
we're committing. I don't know, man. We're committing sound barriers into fights that should have been over. When
I mean,
we're in, like,
both of them.
in like 3v3s. Yeah, like I don't know, man. This is desperation
This is
time for
goats.
Southwest.
This
This is goats
I
and
think
desperation
this is
time.
goats. Yeah, Crow with the micro missiles, good for the pick on a Damien. But I mean, Ukej also going down here. Self-destruct will get this Diva back into mech. Gomaha not so lucky as to get away from that, as the Graviton surge from Zound puts. I mean, that reload. That reload is brutal for Zound.
Not even that, the Zarya walked in front with a bubble up. Like, there was just a recognition of, I need to save my Diva, and Zarya just went, got you, fam. I'll do it myself. Get down, Mr. President. Get down, Mr. President, because there's still one more fight. Santi does have Trance going to be matched by Lucian. It's fairly even. Damien needs to not, like, just get caught out here. They have this Shatter. It's the first thing they have. If they can catch anything and trade it for Transcendence, that is a huge fight win for them. They just need to make sure Damien lives. That's all this is right now.
Because trying to build up to an Earth Shatter over there. We're going to see the Transcendence out here so early from Luca. Now the Earth Shatter down from Damien will not be able to claim that kill on to Ukej. Santi with the extra sound barrier and rally armor, looking for a pick here. The Discord orbs going out, but it will be incoming call here, taking firm control with only 20 seconds left. There might be another touch, but I mean, this is gonna be so hard.
There's a grab too. I mean, grab is up. They'll just grab the team. They send it wide, but it's enough.
Wow, what a boop. And the victim getting active there. There will be a touch from the other side of the spawn door there from Bridge, but that's going to do it here for our upper finals. Incoming call continuing their golden tournament 3-0 over Southwest as they send Southwest careening to the lower bracket.
Well, Fletch, it turns out the call was coming from the grand finals, and they are happy to accept all charges. Well-deserved. Again, 3-0. Not a map loss on the side of incoming call going into the grand finals. And I think that really does speak to how strong this team is. You know, from realizing to extend those fights out, from just keeping their ult combinations and ult economy together. I mean, it's clear that incoming call has just put it all together. They are ready to go in and crush. But there's still a chance we could get this match again. Southwest, like you said, will fall into the lower bracket, and they will see them again in a little bit because there's still a ton of Overwatch. But incoming call, beautifully done today, continuing their undefeated streak. A very dominant team. I don't know who's going to be even able to take, you know, a stab into this team and get the first map off of them at this point.
There's going to be a couple more chances, right? Or I guess one more chance, I should say. Now, to that end, you know, we were talking about Southwest going down into the lower bracket. We've got one more match with you and I here. The lower bracket finals coming up in just a few minutes. It's going to be Southwest versus Aura Farmer here in the lower finals. Winner moves on to the grand finals to try and pick up the call once again. Stick around, everybody. We will be back in just a little bit with this lower finals. We're going to see who is going to take on incoming call.
Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yo. Cash and the ticket is yours. Yours.
Carpe diem. Carpe diem.
All right, welcome back, everybody. One more game separates this EU bracket from the grand finals. Southwest sent down here just a little bit ago by our first grand finalist. Incoming call, of course, they came from the upper bracket. They still have one life left to give. Up against Aura Farmer here on the other side of the matchup. Another very, very strong team. You know, their only loss coming to incoming call yesterday. So, you know, these two teams are very, very impressive and strong. Aura Farmer has made a very, very strong lower bracket run themselves. So, I'm looking for another great matchup down here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one, Fletch. Both teams knocked down to the lower bracket by our current seeded in the grand finals. And I mean, both of them just have so much to play for. When you look at it, Aura Farmer there fell down in losers round 2. Come back strong, no losses dropped versus incoming call. And Southwest, as we just saw, falling down there versus incoming call after a very, very strong run from that upper segment. So both teams out here looking for revenge. Both want a shot at the Kings. And, well, I mean, speaking of Kings, there's plenty of Kings and Queens on this roster because these rosters are just stacked right now.
Yeah, absolutely nutty rosters. I'm going to talk about Southwest, you know, first here because we just saw them. Damian Zown, Gomaha, Ivoxy, Rafa, Luca on that lineup. But you look up top of your screen here. This Aura Farmers lineup is phenomenal. We've got the modern Reinhardt, Goat in a hottie, Golden Pants, Scrain, Chaba, IQ, Mighty, and AKA. This team is disgusting. You know, if there's any team... I mean, Southwest versus Aura Farmer, I'm expecting this game to be a banger here.
That should be a really good one. The one thing I will note from my last time I remember doing EU back in about a year ago, actually, with Aura Farmer, you know, Aura Farmer hit this point last year, and this is where they started to crumble against some of these teams, is this kind of third and second place nearing it. So really for them looking to not repeat this as we will start out in Oasis. Yeah, you wanted something different, Fletch. You got something different. Oasis is actually a bit of an interesting pick. Like, University is like the definitive like kind of like University is a fantastic one. You know, like look, I'm a Philly fan, so nothing sticks out in my mind better than watching Fraggy run in on Reinhardt and just run through everybody on Reinhardt and Oasis. But the other two maps are very dive-centric maps for the most part. So, you know, we're going to have to really see where these teams kind of set up. We will have City Center, and again, this is one of those like dive-centric. Usually you want to control that high ground by the jump pad, but with the point being so wide, this is going to be very different. Expect a lot of these fights to kind of just draw out forever, and it needing a team fight win. Like, we need a full gong before we really get a flip here. So whoever kind of sets the positioning of this opening gambit is gonna basically decide how this plays out.
One more match to the grand finals.
One more pause.
Guys, I'm trying to set the scene.
Man, we're trying to make art, man. Come on.
Sigh. Okay. That's
fine.
You know, this kind of sucks.
Sure.
This kind of is like maybe the worst time in this kind of series to pause because nothing's happened that we can talk about.
Yeah.
And it's not like we can talk about the composition because they're the same.
Surprise, they came out on Zenyatta. There's no...
Oh my god, they're not playing Winston. Like...
yeah. Oh, I mean, again, like, it would be interesting to see because, like, you could kind of use the Winston, but you're just going to get so outclassed, and Winston Goats never really took off. Oh, there's no Moira? Like, there's no Moira? Like, Moira was kind of the initial look at, like...
Give me Sombra. Headrammer, give me
Sombra. No, we're not doing Somber Goats. No, we're not doing Somber Goats. That's when everything fell apart. No, that was the downfall of everything. Look, no. No Somber Goats, please.
This guy
Please,
likes
I'd pick it, yeah.
Sombra.
No,
This
Sombra
guy
goes.
likes Sombra.
This man's chat shame him. He wants to play some dishonest goats. Can you believe this? I can't believe this man's wants dishonest goats out here. It's fine. I respect
This guy can believe it.
This guy, I don't blame you. It's okay. I wouldn't hate that because that was where it did evolve to. We go again, slightly different sub map this time. It will be University. Again, this is like the better, more traditional, like flat kind of a brawl map. So this works out for both these teams. The high ground opposite their coastline is going to be so important to control. So we'll kind of have to see. You'll see it there. Our farmer is looking to take that first. They have the positional advantage to it, so we'll see. That should play out in their favors. Hadi gets deep. He's going aggressive. Holy crap.
Yeah. Walking it down, confident as always. Wow, Scrain got incredibly low, but able to escape. Golden Pants with that 100 charge already glowing in this matchup. The other side not so lucky here, so it will be Aura Farmer just walking through this first fight. I guess they walked around it, didn't they?
They kind of walked vaguely into it. They kind of surrounded, but that speaks to their positioning, right? Hadi took that far coastline all the way around. You saw the Diva Scrain come in and kind of cut it off, and they just controlled the map. They kind of split it. That's the thing about these GOATs comps, is you can't necessarily split them, so you have to kind of just like run it down and kind of get whatever small angles you can, and that was a great job on that. Still in the neutral here. War Farmer Hadi with the Shatter. Oh, and that's done.
He's not even going to need it. He's not even going to need it.
We're done.
Yeah. Well-timed Fire Strike, and Hadi's gonna spawn.
Yeah. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. He's gonna play for the Shatter play. There's nothing to stop it.
There's no way they don't know, right?
They have to know he's close
so
by.
loud.
Yeah.
He's being so loud.
They don't know. They are unaware.
No, they're not paying attention.
They are shattered. They are on the ground.
There's 3 players in the dirt. Yeah, that's crazy.
You know, the one thing I will say about Aura Farmer, like I said, from remembering them back in the GOATs 4 last winter, like they played a little bit of an I don't want to say like, they played a little bit of different GOATs. They didn't play the big like team-centric GOATs like we're used to playing. They played for moments like that where like if someone was set up to succeed, they really tried to play to the strength of whatever it is. So here it's like Golden Pants' grab.
Hadi's got Earth Shatter again, by the way.
Yep.
Transcendence and the Sound Barrier used by AKA and Chava. IQ Mighty dropping that rally in here early, as well does Evoxy. Trying to keep this one rolling, AKA just poking so hard, but Scrain comes through a huge bomb there. 2 players dead, just a raw bomb. I mean, these players continuing to get ridiculous value.
100-0, barely a touch for Southwest, unfortunately. And I think that you know, even if you let's say you missed the previous game, Fletch, and you're not a true CGL fan, that kind of solo bomb self-destruct value is kind of been the clutch. That's kind of been like the thing in the knee for Southwest. They've died to so many just bombs that are sent out there, where either like Damien unfortunately was the first death, or they're just not tracking where it goes, or who sent it, or where did it come from, and they just lose to that. And it's one of those things that's really unfortunate that Aura Farmer is just going to probably keep taking advantage of. AKA is going to... Okay, you know what? I don't even really hate the Ana. I think that's interesting, because maybe there's a chance you get more value out of like the CC out of it. I'd be very curious to see how this plays out.
All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Over to the garden. It's going to be a high ground battle here. As Damien quickly gets sent off of the side of that high ground. But Kamaha using that mech early is going to be absolutely brutal. And AKA on this Ana, the unique picks, I mean, helping so much healing output there for the side of Aura Farmer. A lot of CC, and it will assist them to... Okay, Mr. Blind Gull has a quest for us, it would appear.
I guess so. The Ana pick is very interesting because Ana can play safe. It's not like you can necessarily like run down the Ana. They'll be playing from a little bit back of an angle, and then by the time you realize there's an approach coming, you should just get anti-nated, and that should slow up a lot. Self-destruct up for Scrain. They probably will use it here just to keep their met back, so it's back to neutral.
All right, well, Hana getting in there with that counter pin Zound, though, getting active. This is a time for the side of Southwest. The rally did come through from IQ Mighty, but I mean, it's not an ultimate that you can use just on the fly. You need to plan that ultimate out, and it's not a defensive ultimate if you don't let it build up.
Say, we have to remember, Rally's changed in its use over time. Back in the day, it was truly a defensive. It was kind of like a budget sound barrier in a lot of ways. So you can throw it in and get aggressive, but that's really not what you're going to get the value out of it for here. And that pin wide from Hadi, just kind of setting up and trying to get the angle. Nano Shatter gets blocked. Huge play, though.
Yeah, I mean, not going to find much value with either of those ultimates. Unfortunately, it would appear for the side of Aura Farmer. Damien with an Earth Shatter of their own, getting very close to evening up the score here. Unfortunately, that Earth Shatter also blocked by both Hadi and IQ Mighty, though. Damien able to take care of IQ Mighty in the end. The Graviton Surge is out, sound barriers down, but Chaba does not have a sound barrier. They just used it. So Rafa able to be the one that turns the tide of the fight with all of that extra overhealth.
I mean, again, the later sound barrier will always win, and it also just helps if you have it. Back to neutral, Ivory does have the rally. It's like the closest next to AKA's Nano. The Nano is very tough to get value of. You kind of have to just give it a Hadi and trust that they'll get like going and get deep in value with it. So I'm kind of looking at Ivory's rally here. It has to be something that they're going to have to, again, save it for the Nano and save it for the defensive as opposed to the offensive.
Here's the Nano. The pin does not connect, but Zound's beam does. Earth Shadow ready to go. There is a trade. Neither team has a Brigitte. There is that Nano Shatter again. They will clean it up. Hadi able to sweep up, but the lead is there for sure for Southwest. And Hadi, what's happening here, bud?
I don't know. We're admiring the flowers. It's very
it's a very pretty map. It's a very pretty map.
It's very Steinbeck of them. Southwest one fight away from the win. They do have Rally. They have Trance. If they've been tracking, they know that there's really nothing to be afraid of. So I would love to see them get aggressive with Rally here. This is the one time I would say like it's a good use for it.
Okay. Oh, okay. I thought someone was going to get cooped up in that hallway and die to the bomb anyway. But Damien getting the better of Hadi here with that pin. Going to be good as AKA falls the Graviton Surge from Golden Pants with the Nano Boost there. As AKA is just farming these ultimates right now. Doesn't matter in the end, though, unfortunately for Aura Farmer. They do find one more on the way out, but I mean, right now, it's just all Southwest.
Again, they spent all their ultimates, though, and AKA over to the Moira is going to be an interesting change. No touch there, which means we've got a sub-map tape from Aura Farmer. So we got a game here, Fletch. It's going to be 1-1. Part of me wonders if that is just attributed to the kind of flex support play there. Not that there was bad play, but just like Ana doesn't necessarily just get the raw value that Zenyatta does. Like, Zenyatta's orb just gets so much value by simply existing, and something that's pressuring out the Rhine or helping to clean up a target is so much where, like, yeah, like the nade's very good. It does kind of shut down Trance, but you're really not going to get as much value from the CC as it, though.
You know, you think about it. What was Discord Orb back then, right? 30%?
30% or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, Nano Boost is...
It was a lot. Yeah, it was like 50%? Good, but yeah, like it doesn't lead as much. The only reason they got value out of like, the Nano
50% damage boost on a long cooldown, or a 30% damage boost on zero, right?
Yeah. High ground taken here for our Farmer. I do like this. I wondered if they were going to try to push this and hold this, and I think it's the right call. They should just be able to rein in. They're going to be pretty difficult to get, but Hadi won't be.
Hadi's going to die. Yeah, the Hadi just explodes out in no man's land. They do get the trade onto Evoxy, but actually, it's a 2-for-2 trade. You know, you would think that Aura Farmer's in a really, really awful spot without either their Reinhardt nor their Brig. But they're still very much in a position to win this fight if they can get rid of Damien. And they've gotten rid of Gomaha's mech. They're able to get rid of the Zenyatta after losing the mech. But the trades continue to roll through, and Hadi has returned from spawn with the help of the pin and their Lucio. So, I mean, Aura Farmer comes through there and it will be their first fight win here on this sub-map.
Like I alluded to, Aura Farmer isn't playing traditional goats where we're worried about team comps and getting, you know, like ultimate combinations. They're playing to whoever has like the best strength, whether it's the full charge Zarya or Hadi on the Rhine with the ability to go in. Southwest just lost because they didn't clean up their kills. Like, I hate to say it like that, but that's it. They just need to do that, and this aggressive rally from Aura Farmer means that they probably will fall again. There's Damien.
Yeah. Yep. IQ Mighty going in with the rally, building up that armor, and Gamaha gonna give it up there. Smart play, Aura Farmer. Yeah. Moves to 30%, and
we're grabbing and spawn.
Wow.
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 The grab and spawn Golden Pants is insane. Decisions made, Fletch. Decisions made.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking difficult right now. Southwest is building up to a few of their ultimates for that matter. 3 for the side of Aura Farmer. We're going to see the self-destruct come in from Scrain, and Luca will fall. Another victim of the raw bomb. You're going to see the Earth Shatter in from Damien, but will not claim a life. Unfortunately, bubble out onto Scrain as they try to take care of this Lucio. And Aura Farmer just kind of rocking to this 70% mark right now.
I mean, they've been fairly uncontested. They are controlling the map very well. I got to give it to Scrain here, who has been playing D.Va phenomenally well, just policing these outlier lines and denying any angles into the Goats comp. Now we have Sound Barrier, we have Trance, we have a Hadi Shatter. There's only one ultimate to stop it. Rally's been sent early. If Hadi dies, it's questionable.
Yeah, that was a great stun there by Evoxy. Very, very well done. The Transcendence in from Luca to try and keep this one in control. Chaba going to help out, get Hadi back. They know that this fight is lost, so they will back out, but they're going to come back with 6 very quickly.
To say they're basically all there, so the question now is, how much does Aura Farmer need to give in to kind of get the space, or does Southwest maybe just commit too much? Zound does have Graviton Surge, and it will get met by the Sound Barrier, but where they use this and how much they catch into it will really kind of tell us how this fight plays out.
Hadi with the Earth Shatter ready to go. Damien building up to one of their own. There is the Earth Shatter. Only Damien, though, so they will not be able to follow up on it. The self-destruct comes through, trying to follow up on that grab of Zound. Gamaha does get rid of Scrain's mech, and they get rid of Scrain. So with Hadi and Scrain both out, it will be a bail back to spawn here for the side of Southwest.
2 small steps forward for Aura Farmer, 1 step back and away. Southwest now at 40% and climbing. Fairly cheap fight. They have a Shatter, they have their Sound Barrier, and they'll have a Trance going into this. I mean, the problem is Golden Pants does have, like, self-destruct bomb is up. Wow!
Yeah,
that's a lot down.
Very aggressive Earth Shatter there from Damien, landing 3 on their backs. Scrain needing to use the self-destruct to get back into the mech here, unfortunately. You know, would have loved to get another pick there with it, but with this rally armor on either side, these teams are going to be exceptionally durable. You see that D.Va Scrain rolling up to the high ground, looking for an opportunity to jump Hadi. 97, 98% to that Earth Shatter now.
He just needs a target.
Cannot have this block, but Gamaha is dead. Looking for this Earth Shatter still. That shield is down, but Hadi is on his back and dead. Damien comes through huge. We see the Graviton Surge in from Zound. They could not let Damien fall there. They do not have the numbers. Hadi pick was a beautiful one, but now they're on the back foot. Zound is dead. Gamaha demech. And that will be Aura Farmer coming through here in this sub-map, and ultimately it's going to lead to an Aura Farmer map win.
Once again, Southwest they're so close. They're on the precipice of greatness, and catching Hadi out there from him kind of taking a little bit too long, waiting for the right Shatter, was like, it was so perfect. They had done everything right. They got the pick on the Hadi, and then it just seemed like they got lost to the chaos. It just seems like, again, Southwest just continuously, they look great. There's a moment, it's like the Gru meme. Things are good. Something bad happens, they recognize something bad happens, and by then it's too late. So I mean, a great match from R Farmer. They deserve that win. Let's not shut that out also because they played phenomenally well. But Southwest, again, it's just they're so close on the cusp of stealing these games away, and they just kind of lose it in the last minute. It's gonna, this is like you said, this is gonna be another very good banger game right here.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about it. Southwest, I feel like is kind of in their own heads about what they need to be doing right now, right? I mean, the ult tracking I think has been okay for the most part. They understand that these ultimates come up very, very quickly, so it does feel like they're for the most part prepared for the ultimates. Where they do fall apart is, you know, kind of what you were talking about. Is that
it's just finishing picks. It's
target.
They're not
target calling, right?
Yeah.
They need to come together, right? Because they're doing it kind of the same thing right now that Aura Farmer is doing. And you know, if you're gonna beat a team that is as talented as Aura Farmer, you have to be, you know, together, right? Because Aura Farmers, like you've talked about a couple of times, not playing this conventionally, right? They're just doing kind of what they want in the moment, and Southwest is doing a lot of the same. Yeah, it's just not gonna work out when you've got, you know, guys like Hottie, Golden Pants, aka on the other side. Those guys are all so talented. So that's not to say Southwest is not talented. They've made these games exceptionally close, but you know, it's just that one little they're missing some kind of je ne sais quoi, you know? Yeah. They're not quite able to get there. Map number 2 though, so can you guess where we're going?
Yeah, we're not going to talk about Kings Row. I already did that. Kings Row is great. It's like the definitive GOATs map. That's fine. Unsurprising information. Let's jump back to the teams though, because like there is still so much to talk about. Because like you said, Southwest is playing very similar to R Farmer. They're playing where they're very much just looking, okay, where do we have the advantage? Where do we have the moment? They're kind of, and Southwest is playing very moment to moment. They're not pushing aggressive, and they're kind of, again, stumbling. A block is kind of what we saw in that winners finals. You know, Hottie gets aggressive with like a nano in the middle of Oasis submap too. And like that should be just like disengage, get out of the way, force them to use their cooldowns and get out of the way. And instead they try to just like match it, and they try to meet them by like throwing up an ultimate at it. And it's one of those things where you're not going to, GOATs is one of those modes where you're not going to necessarily win by like butting heads against each other. Everybody kind of thinks on paper GOATs is just two teams smashing into each other. I swear, like we all joke about it, but there's that 40-page thesis about it. Like, it is so much more than that. So, you know, it is, as much as it's easy to say just smashing heads against each other, it is complex. And well, no subs coming in, so I think these teams are happy with what they've got, which makes sense. They were both playing very well.
Yeah. GOATs, you know, this matchup is unconventional. The players have just been so good that they've been able to get by, right, with playing this individual game. It's I think the winner of this series is going to be determined by which team can play together even a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very, very interesting as we get ready to head into Kings Row. I mean, I agree with you, man. There's just so much to talk about GOATs, and unfortunately, I am not one who ever played GOATs. Right? I was a silver.
You were later.
I was a gold Bastion main, right? When GOATs was around.
Oh God.
I can promise you, we were not playing GOATs in gold. There were a couple of times when people asked to play GOATs. I think that was a long time ago, though. 7 years ago, man.
Dude, I remember. Are you kidding me? I remember grinding GOATs in gold and being like, "Can we just go GOATs and win?" And that was.
I was a gold player on console.
I was on console too. No, I was playing on PS4.
Okay, well then, yeah, no, then
I don't know. Maybe it was the maybe it was the PlayStation experience. But yeah, we would just sit in gold and go, "Should we run GOATs?" Because even a bad GOATs team at that time just was dominating any sort of 2-2-2 or like a high DPS of, you know, like a single tank comps. You just dominated. You ran through everything. But, you know, that's what these teams are trying to do. They're just trying to run it down, like you said. I think the one thing that does give Aura Farmer the advantage, that is Aura Farmer in spawn there in the red, just in case you did that. It's just one of those things, like, you just sometimes you win just by running it down on the right people, and that's what Aura Farmer has been having the advantage for. They just literally are just putting a little bit more aggression and running it down a little bit more, and Southwest struggles with that. So if this continues to be the tone, like, Southwest is just going to unfortunately see the door.
All right, here we go. Map number 2, Kings Row. Luca taking a little bit of damage there, able to get back around the side of Mondada there. Gamaha rolling through the hotel, finding a lot of nice poke into the backs of these players, not really paying them much mind. Backing down now, paying them a lot of mind. Gamaha losing out on the mech. Scrain more than happy to take that one-on-one, very confident in the D.Va dual. Scrain rolling up to the high ground now as they push this Southwest squad, as the teams are on the wrong sides there. Prod, just letting y'all know that. AKA comes through huge as the sound barrier gets dropped by Rafa to get back into this fight for Aura Farmer, but it will not be enough.
Again, we kind of been saying this, but just seeing where the D.Va is taking those angles, like, D.Va's job traditionally in GOATs is to kind of help displace. But what these teams have been doing has just been using the D.Va to, again, just kind of spy check these angles, make sure, you know, maybe force the bait, maybe force someone out like the other D.Va or the Brig who thinks maybe they can just win the duel and kind of pull away that attention for a moment. So it's not the traditional way to run the GOATs, but it's working very well. And for a team like Aura Farmer, that's how they've gotten all this way without any real problems, because people take that bait. People are willing to do that. Great space had to give up that up, though, as AKA just continues to pull these in. Good serve. Yeah, I mean, there's ults here. They win. Yeah.
Here we go. They tried to follow up with the grab bomb. Did not quite find a target there, unfortunately. But Hadi able to explode a man into magma there. It was Damien. Zoun able to get a trade there onto Golden Pants. But without the Brig, without the line, it's going to be exceptionally difficult to get through this unscathed. Gamaha down, and Aura Farmer, especially with that rally armor, will be able to push back the Southwest squad.
I mean, it was just an ult difference, realistically. Aura Farmer has been hitting more damage. They've been building ults faster. And in this comp, ults will win the game. They did spend everything, though. There's no defensives, and there is a grab, shatter, and a self-destruct. Any combination of the two from Southwest, this is that case where you put any two together to a winning combination, and it's over. You just win it.
Hadi solo grabbed there.
There we go. Perfect.
Exceptionally well done there, getting rid of the Reinhardt, getting rid of those impact players. So Southwest will be able to hold, and they're going to get the D-Mech onto Scrain. That is brutal.
Yeah, that's huge. That buys so much time, considering Aura Farmer has been, like, kind of rolling through it. Beautifully done.
No shot they don't know.
No.
Like Damien tried to get really cute with
what
it,
on
but
earth?
Just glomping and stomping all up on that high ground. There's no shot that they weren't going to know that Reinhardt was up there.
Yeah, you could tell from that boop that they knew that was coming. Like, that was adorable, but no. Again, we're not putting ults together. We're not playing traditional GOATs as we've seen it evolve. We're playing just like deathmatch GOATs. We're not, and I don't care. That's fine. That's fine.
I'm not really sure how Damien lived.
Yeah, that's actually the confusing part. Or on this rotation, Aura Farmer should be able to just catch him out with one of these ults. Maybe they even build grab and just save for that, but they have ults to win this.
That's 3 players on their backs from the Earth Shatter. Transcendence well timed for Luca. Now we're going to see the Graviton Surge. The sound barrier down. No, nothing going for the self-destruct, and of course that remech damage not as impactful as it is in the modern era. That Earth Shatter from Hadi was worthless. Tried to 180 shatter. There was nobody there. So Evoxy being able to get rid of that Reinhardt, and it will be. Well, it will be Southwest able to come through big here as Hadi's returned.
All right, Hadi's back, but they're not don't think they have the utility to push him out. Speed's not there. They had to use speed to disengage, so Southwest should get out without any casualties, and with Trance up, Southwest could probably win this out as long as they either use Rally aggressively or save Trance.
Yeah, 3 ults, and Damien again getting the better of Hottie in the pin duel, and I mean, that was a very, very quick fight. So Aura Farmer, you know, not losing all that much time. Can they get rid of Golden Pants?
Oh, they got a charge. That's huge.
So yeah,
that's
now
huge.
they're rolling through this.
Yeah, that's big actually, and the close just making sure they get this. A minute and a half is very great. This is a significantly better Southwest team on Kings Road than we last saw, and I think it's kind of coming together and clicking. They're realizing, look, we can just punish Hottie. Hottie's playing very aggressively, but without backup. So I do think this is great for Southwest with a Graviton Surge, Soundbarrier, and Trance. I mean, an aggressive grab is the best case here. You get Trance out, and maybe you can get somebody out of this if you solo grab well.
Hottie getting active there on the low ground as Zound throws down the Graviton Surge. Self-destruct in from the side of Scrain to try and deny it, but Damien pinning through, somehow still alive. IQ Mighty not so lucky there. Earth Shatter down from Damien. They're going to try and save the day with Chaba's Sound Barrier, but I mean, Hottie and Golden Pants and Scrain and AKA, they're all just dead right now. Try to find IQ Mighty out again, but now they only have 20 seconds left here on this Aura Farmer attack.
It's the card's pretty far away, so Aura Farmer, I mean, Grav shatters up. Grav shatters enough to kind of make this one. As long as they layer them correctly. Moira's on the field for AKA now, so they'll have speed and a lot more just burst healing. IQ Mighty's rally probably has to be like the game-winning difference. Damien opening pick is huge. That's huge.
That is brutal. We're going to see the Graviton Surge out there from the side of Golden Pants, who is just so damn low. It will get tracked down by Gomaha. Hottie falls. The Earth Shatter not finding squat there. See Gomaha with the fireworks ready to rip as soon as they would like. It is overtime, so, you know, not much reason to hold these ultimates with the numbers being what they were. Will be enough, however, though, for Southwest to hold right at the end of B.
That's and comparatively to their last set, I know it was understanding against our first grand finalist, but like, this is a significantly better look out of our Southwest team. Damien, you know, instead of being the first to fall most of the time, is making the opening picks, particularly onto Hottie, which is so key in getting these kind of team fight wins. This, like you had kind of hoped for. Too, Fletch. The team play is looking a little bit better. The target completion is looking so much better. It just seems like Aura Farmer, while they're trying to play for like their strongest player and kind of playing to, you know, the individual strengths, it seems like Southwest kind of acknowledged that and have just said, all right, like, we're not doing that. We're just going to play to punish our aggression, and, you know, we're going to wait until Hottie steps too far out of the death ball, and we're just going to then capitalize on that. This is a big turn for Southwest. They stand a chance to take this map for them.
All right. Move over to the other side now. Nothing new.
Yeah, nothing crazy.
We see AKA back on the Zen. The only one really that we've seen today that has been willing to, you know, I guess it has to be AKA if it's anyone. Hottie's not going to play Winston.
No, Hottie, like I said, Hottie played Winston back on Rialto, so maybe, but I wouldn't bet on it.
No. Okay, here we go. Mondada statue in the hole, hitting that alt fire and the you know, the 360 shield. Golden Pants good for Zound though. So you know, all these players very, very low. Gomaha, Evoxy, they're both pretty low. Damien back into spawn. Yeah, they're not gonna let this go. They're not gonna let themselves die.
Nah, we need to save the Zarya charge. We need to save what we can and not lose any more time. Southwest, again, still in the neutral here. It's still fairly open. It's worth noting that Lucian does have most of the way to the trance, so if we build it quick enough, we could maybe move on this. Southwest kind of just has to just play into this. Ooh, that pin.
Yeah, unfortunate. It looked like they were getting kind of knocked around by Hottie's hammer there. knocked off to the side. The Transcendence invested here
Okay, go
early
forward.
from Luca Enrico. Damien with the pin on to IQ Mighty, who had the rally here. We're going to see the sound barrier invested by both sides, but the Transcendence from AKA, it's taking everything in their human ability to keep Hottie and everybody else alive, and it's just not going to be enough here as Southwest moves on to this objective. 2.5 minutes, and they're going to get this point.
It's not going to be space for a recontest. Sound's going to grab that health pack. They'll be fine. Yeah, we're moving on here. I mean, that was the right call. I can respect Southwest. Again, they got the trance. They sent it quick. They recognized they were just building the advantages. And once again, it's these tank players. It's the Reinhardts who tend to fall first. So it tells you that the focusing on both sides has been cleaning up. Well,
Yeah,
okay.
we're gonna see the self-destruct
Oh, good eat.
is the attempt. Yeah, Gomaha eating the Graviton Surge, the self-destruct Graviton Surge combo from Gomaha. Good for 2, and the team kill coming through for Southwest.
Huge MVP play there for Gomaha. 2 on the self-destruct, the eat. Like, just put in so much work, did everything they were supposed to do. That's what you expect out of your D.Va player, so kudos to them on it. I mean, it's fairly even. Hottie and Damien both have their shatters coming online. It's fairly even across the ult economy, so it's going to come down to, again, the later ultimates here. And then if anybody can capitalize on these Earth Shatters, I don't know that you're necessarily going to be able to, but if you can find one, that'll kind of set it up. It's just too even. Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Oh my God, Damien, that is just
Wow.
absolutely unfathomably disgusting there by Damien. 4-player Earth Shatter. Evoxy comes through with the pick on the screen. 3 meters left to go. Hottie is on the objective, but exceptionally low and very, very dead. And that will do it here for map number 2. Southwest comes through huge late in the game to just blow Aura Farmer off of the map there on Kings Row.
Look, Fletch, I'm here for the Damien redemption arc. That was his best game that we've seen on stream today. Just in case of like how they're playing aggressively versus the other Reinhardt, they're not dying first. Like that was it. If Damien keeps playing like this with the support of their team, Southwest could really steal this back. So good on them. Very, very well played and well deserved, kind of breaking apart the Aura Farmer strategy and capitalizing on it.
Yeah, I mean, they listened to us, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
they played like a team on Kings Row.
That was it. That was
it's
it.
something that we, haven't seen consistently from Southwest today in all 4, I guess 5 maps now that we had seen them. And they finally came together as a group of 6 players and jumped the players that were out of position. A lot of times it was Hottie. So now that they have this foothold on this Aura Farmer squad, I can promise you they're not going to want to relinquish it. But for now, we're going to give Aura Farmer a chance to discuss what they want to do, how they want to come back into this series, what map they would like to go to. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have a map number 3 in SOAV. You know what? We're guaranteed an assault map now. So getting ready for the back half of this series. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are at parity here after 2 maps, 1-1. Southwest takes Kings Road to even the score. Now we look to Aura Farmer, see where we are moving on here to map number 3. It's going to be a new one here. I can't remember the last time I saw a team pick Havana, let alone in GOATs. It doesn't come up very often, so I'm pretty excited to see how this is going to go here in Cuba.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I would assume it's going to play kind of similarly to how we saw over on Rialto, with maybe a little bit less focus on high grounds. The initial first segment is probably just going to be a close hold, because that's what we do when we have close holds and spaces like that. You can get 2 fights on the first part. B segment, I think, is where we're really going to see the interesting things happen, because there is that bit of high ground bridging that you have to kind of maneuver, and I think that that's a lot of new territory. So I think you're right here, Fletch. Like, we may not see a full complete of Havana, but we'll definitely see some interesting takes on how to approach it, if nothing else.
I mean, it's a map that a lot of people haven't prepared for.
Yeah.
Right. You don't see Havana a lot, just like in general.
No.
It's not a particularly popular map. I don't get to play it very often, you know, in comp either.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm very, very interested to see how this is going to unfold for Aura Farmer, who did select this map after losing on Kings Row. You know, with the exception of Kings Row, this series has been rather unconventional, and I kind of like that, right? You know, in the greater sphere of Overwatch, it's always Lijiang Tower, Kings Row, like Servasa,
Yeah,
like we get the same 4 or 5 maps every series, right? So it's very, very nice to see some kind of difference, especially in a tournament where, you know, the compositions are not going to give us the variety that, you know, we are used to seeing in Overwatch. You know, we're constricted to, what is it, 9 heroes in the game right now.
Yeah.
You know, the hero selection is not going to give us, you know, the difference between the teams. So it's nice to see, you know, some variety in the map selection.
I agree, and I think that that's kind of the one place where you do have that ability to kind of give yourself an advantage in a lot of ways. Like you said, the comps don't necessarily change. We're not, aside from AKA maybe taking a weird flex or the Moira in the last 30 seconds, like, you're not going to see these changes. So, you know, maybe Aura Farmers are just feeling particularly strong about this map. It's very linear. You don't have really a ton of side angles other than, you know, this kind of left side building from the attack, which we will see Southwest with their initial, they've opted to attack first there. So, like, approaching this is kind of difficult. You know, it's going to be a close hold, and then point 2 is going to be right on the capture point of the street. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams manage it. I do think that the one thing we saw out of the previous map, which was AKA going over to the no, I'm sorry, we saw the Ana come out in our last game.
AKA.
Yeah, it was AKA.
Oh.
Okay, no, it was yeah, it was, because no, I thought it was under Rialto, wasn't it? Someone else.
Oh yeah. No, I
But either way, like something like a small thing like the Ana popping out to kind of help break these close holds, I think is a very interesting place to be. Like, it's something that might work, even though it seems kind of like a trick in a lot of ways. It still does work.
Advancing on to this objective here early, aka spamming with that alt fire, the orb volley there. Mikey Matty rolling it back as AKA finds the final blow there on it to Zound. Damien very, very low. Can they try and clean it up? The answer is no. So we'll be able to bail back into spawn and get a lot of that healing, as Rafa's already 80% to the sound barrier.
Sounds right, just considering how much healing and amping they've been having to do. So all things considered, that's not the worst place to be in, but this hold is never going to last forever, especially because IQ might fall dangerously low. Southwest are going to have to commit this sound barrier now if they want to get through it, so I'd love to see them use it aggressively here.
Wow, 4 players on their back from a body. But nobody goes down. That's brutal. The sound barrier comes in from Chaba before it comes through from Rafa. But it will be Aura Farmer leaning into this this fight, and I mean, right now Southwest, they're struggling to break out of this iron grip that Aura Farmer's got right now.
I mean, you can see how the two tanks there, Brigitte and you know, Ryan, are lined up. This is why they added that kind of high ground approach, because it's very easy just to get locked in here. And with that rally, our farmers didn't disengage, and that is the right call, which means Southwest kind of had to give it an ultimate and are now behind just to get out of that and get space.
You know, it's not too bad.
Could be worse.
You know, IQ Mighty's only at 20% to the rally on the other side. That ultimate comes back very, very quickly. So, yeah, it could be worse. We see them getting active. Earth Shatter in, only landing onto Hadi, who just receives a swift bubble. We're going to see self-destruct in from Gamaha. Nobody going to be claimed by that ultimate. Sprain rotating around the other side, but IQ Mighty with the shield bash into Evoxy is going to be a very, very brutal. Sound does get a nice little trade there as Sprain lost the mech, so we'll get back into that very, very quickly. We're going to see the solo grab on to Hadi as Damien and Zound come together to bully the two linchpins of this Aura Farmer squad, so that'll be brutal. And man, I don't agree with that sound barrier.
Yeah, yeah, Aura. I mean, it was just a bit of a flex, but like you said, it probably didn't need it there. We might actually regret that. But considering where we are in the ultimate economy, I don't think you're too unhappy. Like, you still have trans for this grab surge coming in. You're just not gonna win in a longer fight. So Aura Farmer should recognize that they win if this goes long and the ultimate's trade out. I love this aggressive, but man, that shatter was big.
I mean, yeah, Chaba's the only one going down, but Zound and Evoxy going down on the other side to Hadi's Earth Shatter. 40 seconds on the clock, so Southwest, they've lost this fight. They just need to die, and this is going to be a very, very tough stagger here for Gamaha.
Yeah, that's brutal considering we are very into the last minute. They're just going to take their time to do it too, so... Oh man, that's worst case scenario. The longer this D.Va stays, like, you should just start running back to spawn even at that point. And then they're going to push aggressive into this Fletch, so this fight is basically over.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
Comes through from Hadi, who's going to be able to drop Zound dead there. 4 seconds left. There's not a chance as Hadi...
yeah, just knows. Just knows.
Yeah, it's over.
I mean, it was a fantastic hold from Aura Farmer, realistically. Like, they only gave up the close hold because the rally came out and knew that they didn't have an answer for it. It's one of those times where, like, we've kind of alluded to, like, this is a lot of old heads and a lot of top talent. They understand that even if you're not playing, you know, GOATs, the team comp, and GOATs, you're playing GOATs, the deathball, like, brawl, you know, brawly deathmatchy comp, you still just have to give it up and respect it. So they won just on pure just acknowledgement of understanding how the fights needed to play, and Southwest are with a daunting task now, because you know, they have to try to get through this. They have to keep this close hold even longer, and that's going to be even harder.
Ready for battle.
All right.
I mean, AKA picks the Ana again, right? No, okay.
I'd be surprised if she didn't roll out on it.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I won't say surprised. It's I wouldn't be surprised if she rolls out on it.
Yeah.
I think
like
that's the right way to say that.
Agreed. Yeah. I do think it's an option, but they're probably, like, Aura Farmer's probably feeling themselves. They probably don't think they need to. They're probably just like, yeah, we'll just beat them. We'll just outwin them. Because realistically, Aura Farmer won, like, probably 90% of those last fights.
5, 4.
I don't really think they lost a fight.
I really don't think that. Yeah, like, I don't even know that they lost a fight as much as they just kind of chose not to.
Okay, wait. You know, that's interesting. I kind of like this bail back gameplay. There's still someone in spawn. I think it's AKA.
Yeah, because they're waiting. I think
that's still in spawn. Speed around the backside, able to take positioning. Gamaha. That mech is so damn low here. So Gamaha's still somehow in the mech suit right now. Another stun there, but Chaba receives a swift orb to the skull there from Luca as Again, Gomaha's mech will finally go down, but the hold will continue here as we get under that 50-second mark now, almost to a minute here. Hottie gonna pin in, counterpinned by the Brig, and IQ Mighty Falls, aka throwing in that Transcendence, but I'm really not certain how much that did other than waste an ultimate. Hottie does get the pin on to Rafa, but this hold is going exceptionally well here for Auraformer. They lose a couple, but they're going to get every second that they can.
Yeah, the Lucio having to run back isn't the worst case scenario either. It does mean you kind of have to play this fight a little bit safely, but it's kind of the best case scenario. Grab into the bomb. We know where it is. We still get one. That's insane.
That's two.
How did we get two out of that?
Yeah, you know what? And I'm not going to blame Daniel for that. He tried.
That was, I feel like there was just a little bit, I think there was like a level difference to where people kind of got into the Graviton Surge and it was kind of below. Because we all know how fickle self-destruct is, right? Like, you can get hit if you have a pixel not behind a wall, but if you stand behind a telephone pole, you're perfectly fine. It's hard to tell. That's always the surprising thing about these self-destructions. You really never know what you're going to get. But we do know that Auraformer is leading in ults right now on the supported side, so they should win the longer fight. Hottie's coming down from the top rope.
Yeah, they caught Hottie out of position there, had to back up upstairs, now back down on to the cart. Here's the Graviton Surge in from Auraformer, block that Earth Shatter. Damien has one of his own. Gomaha, good for Golden Pants, so they won't even need to invest this Earth Shatter. It does not seem like, I mean, we said it was going to be an uphill battle for this Southwest squad. Well, they're fighting like hell to make sure it does last. And Scrain being taken for a ride.
I mean, this is exactly where we saw the last time, right? Like, D.Va gets stalled out while everybody gets kind of stuck holding, and it buys so much more time. There's only a minute now, so there's...
Oh my God,
wow.
Damien.
That was nuts.
Okay.
That was
a nice little 360.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That 180 shatter that was an aura move.
I think that was a 360 shatter.
I don't even know, man. That was just wild.
I
should have landed. I don't know. All I know is I shouldn't have landed, and now Southwest are in closing out territory with 45 seconds. They have 3 support ultimates up. They win the longer fight here, and I mean, Auraformer just doesn't have anything to really stand on.
There's sound barrier from the side of Chaba. It's going to be answered by the Transcendence of Luca. There as AKA drops one of her own, but Damien just explodes here. We're going to see the Earth Shatter in from Hottie. Only lands onto Gomaha, who gets back into the mech at the chagrin of Auraformer. They're just going to try and back off and take one last long fight, but Hottie walks them down. Good for a couple. Damien comes back, but there won't be a touch. There will be a touch, but it's not going to be a real touch as Gomaha was in the skybox.
Yeah.
Will come through. Very, very close map. Auraformer, though, able to break through their Hottie, getting rid of Damien there early. Just absolutely broke the end of that map open.
Yeah, I mean, we were pretty confident admittingly that Southwest just kind of had that, because that was an impressive hold from them. The teamwork, again, looks very, very strong, but just sometimes Hottie just walks forward into your team and swings the hammer. You don't have a response. It's just one of those kinds of things where, well, you just kind of got to deal with it, and that's unfortunate. You kind of just shrug and, okay, well, we've got Assault up next. We don't know how this is going to really work for either, because let's be real, no one's playing Assault anymore, especially not in GOATs. This is like this is kind of down to just full, like, did you scrim and do you know your fundamentals now?
Hey, there's quick play hacked right now.
That's no. Look, I'm all for that. Look, I'm glad.
No, I agree. To be honest with you, Sav, I think that like they're respecting Hottie, but maybe like a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Right. They're putting everything. I mean, the guy, is an Overwatch League role star on this character, right? Reinhardt is clearly his best character. He's world class on the funny Hammerman. That said, you invest 2 ultimates at a time to take down the one guy. there's still 5 players on the other side of that roster that are, you know, very, very talented, that are able to clean up on those fights. They're not worried about the Graviton Surge that goes into Hadi, right? Because it didn't hit anybody else. So Southwest, I think they need like their teamwork is looking exceptional right now. They are executing on the plans that they are making. I think those plans need to change a little bit as we head into Assault.
It will be Volskaya, which I believe is the preferred for most GOATs players. There's flats. It's a lot of flats. It's a lot of high grounds that you can contest from. So that checks out for me. And I agree with you completely. Like I think that when you put the two teams next to each other, Southwest is definitely executing the teamwork a little bit better. But sometimes Overwatch isn't a game. Like, yeah, GOATs is the team comp, but as we've kind of seen with Aura Farmer, they're not winning. They're not playing traditional GOATs. They're not worrying about ult combos. They're not worrying about, you know, getting any sort of pairing together. They're not worrying about, do they have rally? They're more worried about just winning by whatever works. And right now what's working is just letting them, you know what, they think they can bait Hadi. They can use Hadi in as bait, like you had said. We can focus out Hadi. Oh, we'll spend 2 ults to stop Hadi. That's fine. Golden Pants is still high charge and still running through your team. You know, there are still plenty of other members of that team still just finding value on their own. I do think with Assault, it's going to be a very difficult question, though, because this is one of those places where if you haven't really played Assault, it's very easy to get locked up in these choke points and just kind of get stuck out and not go anywhere. So maybe this is one of those cases where like Southwest picks the map, Volskaya, Assault, they're slightly playing as the better team. They can make a few more of the combos work. There's better cleanup. We need to see that better cleanup that we had seen from Damien, you know, come back. And they can, again, keep us to the full 5.
Yeah, I'm excited. You know, we don't ever get to see these Assault maps anymore. You know, kind of antiquated at this point. Very antiquated, I guess I should say.
Yeah,
Volskaya Industries. A lot of really good memories from back in the day, man.
Are you ready to go, Fletch? You ready to go like 18 and 17 here?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited.
I'm ready.
Yeah,
no subs.
Back to the end of you're talking about. If anybody in like the chat has not played on these Assault maps before, especially in a 6v6 era where, you know, GOATs was prevalent.
It's just a different game.
It's so different from anything that we have in Overwatch right now. This map, this game mode, I should say, was the most prone to draws.
Yes.
Where yes, in Overwatch 2 we only ever really see draws on hybrid.
Hybrid, yeah, at best.
And it's very, very prone to taking a very long time to get through.
Yeah.
It's not uncommon to see, you know, these maps go like 5-4.
Yeah, we should. I fully expect us to get around like at least once or twice. But the other thing is that this first choke point in particular, for those who've not seen it, you don't have a lot of ways to really get through it. You have that big hole blocked by the car here, and you really have to work on your rotations. It really is important using the D.Va, using the Lucio to get your team around to this big open point space.
All right, they're going to come around this left side of the first objective. Objective A, going to move up to the high ground. Is Sprain knocked down by Rafa 99. Sprain back up there to chow that booth again. Does not want to relinquish this high ground control to the D.Va. We've seen what Sprain can do with that high ground control. The earth, or rather the shield will shatter there, but Damien is just booped around like mad. Hadi getting active once again, going in for a third. Won't be able to clean up Rafa, but a very, very quick point capture here for Aura Farmer is on the horizon.
Yeah, see, that's what the fast sound barrier does. That's where using sound barrier quick and like once you get it, it's where knowing the difference of like playing an aggressive team really pays off. When you use that aggressive sound barrier, suddenly Hadi can get aggressive without worrying about getting swarmed and just go forward, and that's kind of what it was. It was a single ult to get them the rest of the way, and now Southwest should be able to hold back here with 4 ults coming into the other 6. Like, again, if Aura Farmer go quick here and they can get Hadi into a position to get a shatter, they can win this, but they have to move quicker than Southwest does. I'm sorry, what?
Okay, well, no, it's AKA. That's AKA Solo Shatter. Okay,
Sure.
fair enough, I suppose.
Yeah.
Don't want to deal with the Transcendence there. They could get a grab off here now without AKA in the picture.
But yeah,
Finds value with that.
Yeah, but Aura Farmer's just stalled. They can't
trying to
go anywhere. They're
justify
split. No, I know you're trying, but they're in a bad spot. Yeah, but all that did was put them in a worse spot. They're so split, they can't go anywhere. They're stuck waiting until Zen floats back.
Yeah. All right, yeah, we could see the grab in here from Zound. That's what I was talking about, was the Zound grab.
Yeah, no,
AKA's dead again. So we're going to see the grab in now from Zound as they tried to get active on this objective. Scrain finds one in a mech with that self-destruct. Golden Pants has a lot of charge, but as AKA just gets spawn camped, there's nothing that they could do to answer that grab without the Chaba sound barrier.
It needed to be there, and now with Southwest having the much closer spawns, you know, late picks are really less meaningful here. Like, they'll spawn back very quickly. So Aura Farmer need to win this very cleanly here, especially coming in with 4 ultimates, Shatter and Grab. This is their best chance. There's no trance on field, and they have a good quick hit. Yeah.
Good sound barrier, but Luca didn't get it. So a will call there through all of that madness. A massive Earth Shatter there from the side of Damien, who will go down and will only find the mech there from Gomaha. That was well timed that I thought it was an old school mech kill, but
Yeah.
not quite there.
No.
Will they get a touch? They will.
Lucio's going to give their life for it, and it's probably just downhill from here. The question is how much time gets taken off the clock.
They do have the Transcendence in from Luca. Golden Pants stunned up, but with that rally armor, this is brutal. Okay, yeah. Scrain comes through. Everybody gets a piece of Southwest there, and it will be 3 minutes, 24 seconds on the clock there for Aura Farmer on the capture.
I mean, this is pretty bog standard. That was fairly quick, all things considered, though, for Aura Farmer. Like, that was fairly... We say this is why we're going to go around 13 times, because that was fairly quick, and that's kind of how this went. It was very either boom or bust for these assault maps, and that was very boom for the side of Aura Farmer, who, again, they needed a complete team wipe. They basically got it, and then once the Lucio had to give their life for the touch, it was stalled out. Beautifully done from them. The question to me is, does Southwest have it in them? Like... Aura Farmer just, again, played aggressively, got in their faces. They took an advantage. They knew sound barrier was off, and you could see Hadi just no fear W swing. Damien hasn't had that same fear recently in these last couple of maps. So, you know, we're going to have to see what happens, because Aura Farmer definitely bullied their way into the space, and Southwest, we've not seen them be that kind of a bully so far.
Yeah. Coming through here on the defense now is Aura Farmer. Looks to be, I mean, it's pretty standard. There's not really much that you can do on you know, Volskaya Industries that would be considered cute without like a long range hit scan on one of those back high grounds. So,
I mean,
nothing too crazy. You got Screen up far.
Screen's far up, but that's just for eyes. Like I don't know, like there's like you said, like there's not a good place to like hide your Reinhardt or something for like a pin. It's just gonna come down to, again, who is whittling down the resources. Yeah, it's gonna come down to who uses their abilities effectively to rotate and then also just negate so much damage.
Yeah, Gohama was in the middle of the team. They just didn't really take notice of it, and yeah, there goes
Got the break.
Yeah, that's beautiful. D-Mech on the Diva there. Scrain will fall. Hadi discorded up, will go down. Did find Luca with the Fire Strike posthumously there. But it's going to be very, very brutal for these last few squishy players to get back into this point.
There is a chance for a recon touch here if Golden Pants lives this, and they really should just pressure Golden Pants out. Stop. Yeah, it's over. No, they got this back now.
Golden Pants is dead. So I'm not really sure how they were able to kill. Oh, okay.
Oh wow, that was bold play.
Yeah. They're gonna get Scrain back out of the mech. AKA does find the long range pick onto Evoxy there as the Graviton Surge comes through. IQ Mighty goes down. Damien with the Fire Strike. They invest some ultimates, and it's all for the point. They do get it there. Head over to B.
It was worth it though. A little questionable, a little shaky, but it was worth it. Now the hard part comes because the spawns favor Aura Farmer, and with Aura Farmer in the position, all 6 there, ultimates coming online, they'll have 2 support and 1 tank. It's going to be hard for Southwest to really push through this. They kind of need to just dry push this, I think, and play for picks. That's a great opener on the Hottie.
Yeah, here is the self-destruct. Not really quite sure where that one landed at. We see the remake. Wow.
Deleted.
Okay. No, it was a self-destruct. I didn't hear the one from Sprain there. They will get about a tick and a half, but without the mech, Gomaha is out of position and dead. So, all things considered, not all that bad. They did get their tick.
Like getting a tick in a push is like fairly good for Assault, so you're pretty happy with that, I think, for the most part. It wasn't too costly if you're Southwest. You only had 2 ultimates going into it, so you're pretty content with that. You have Rally, you'll have Shatter. It's not enough to win out. This is going to be one of those cases where we have to look back to our roots as Overwatch players, if you have them, and just build 6 ults and win that way. Because I just don't think you're beating the Aura Farmer, Shatter, and Grab combo here with a Sound Barrier to back it up.
We just have to see. We're going to see the Rally be invested here early as Scrain tries to bail onto that backline. We'll see the Earth Shatter in from Hottie. Didn't quite get to see who that was landing onto. Self-destruct kills 2?
2? Scrain gets 2?
Yeah,
Guys.
Hottie's dead, but that's A-okay because Scrain kills 2.
I mean, this is exactly why you're supposed to stay up as a group and not play apart from your Reinhardt. That's exactly why, because Reinhardt has your answer to self-destruct if you don't have Sound Barrier, and you don't want to give Sound Barrier to something just like a random thrown self-destruct if you don't have edges. I mean, so here's the thing, Southwest now, 4 ultimates ups, Aura Farmer only has Rally coming into this. This is probably your best chance. This fight's going to take at least a minute, and you're going to give some resources on approach, but like, this is your best chance to kind of do something. So you need to collapse on somebody and even just throw Shatter on a single target and just get somebody out. This is your chance to do it.
Yep. Need a play to be made here. Earth Shatter
Golden
there
Pants.
onto Chaba. Golden Pants goes down, but it is a trade. Here is the Graviton Surge. You see the Transcendence in from AKA. This Brig is way out of position. So is the Diva. IQ Mighty, though, able to take care of Damien. That is back-breaking there. A pick on it to the Reinhardt is never what you want to see there, as, I mean, that was the chance that Southwest had there.
That was it. That was like your best chance for a little while. And I kind of wish we had gotten aggressive with the grab. Like, we had 2 or 3 in the grab. There was no real thing. Like, Damien should have been swinging into the Reinhardt. It's just unfortunate we tried to play for the easier picks, which I respect, but not worth it. Aura Farmers are going to come into more of their ults here. They're just going to try to poke as long as they can until they can get Grab, Shatter, and Sound Barrier up, and then they should just run this back. So expect them to play a little passive here. Just a little.
Well, IQ Mighty goes down. We see the self-destruct come through. We'll get rid of Gomaha's mech, unfortunately, for Southwest. So they're down a lot of their durability. And, I mean, unfortunately for this Southwest squad, they're finding picks. That spawn is just so damn close for the side of Aura Farmers. This is just going to be a quick, disengage or retouch, as Southwest seems to recognize that.
Yeah, it's the problem. It was the initial problem we found with this map mode, right? Is defense spawns are so close and it's difficult. You need to get a full team wipe if you got to do this, and that's been the struggle for Southwest here. Sound Barrier for them is the only thing up. If they use it, they have to save it for Zounds. They have to save it to go into Sound's Grab Barrier here. Grab, because it's the only offensive tools they have. They need to push Hottie. He's so close.
Yeah, and Hottie explodes there, but so does really everybody else, unfortunately, for both of these teams. They're down 2 players each, and you need to win these fights clean on Assault if you want to get it done, and it's not clean right now for the side of Southwest. Gomaha does get back into mech, but Hottie back from spawn, gets the pin, and with 30 seconds left, Aura Farmer knows that their win condition is not letting them even get back to the point. They have a Graviton Surge and they're in the spawn door here, so I would say that for all intents and purposes, this map is over.
Yeah, we're done here. We go to the full 5 as we thought and hoped for Fletch. And I will say it has been a very no way. I was like, wait, there's no way.
Well, we get a touch.
We get a touch. That's fine. It's not going to be much.
No, we'll go to 5, you little goober.
No, we're going to go to 5. We're not done. Oh, no, I'm sorry. You're right. We get a touch. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. I was looking at that. Sorry. I just wanted to find that badly. No, we go to Aura Farmer going on to the grand finals.
Yeah. Yeah, and well-deserved there from Aura Farmer. Fell short a little bit on King's Row, but ultimately, you know, sometimes, man, there's just a disparity in you know, individual players, and as good as Southwest is individually and as a team, this Aura Farmer squad has just got some hitters on it, right?
Yeah, man.
You know, I look forward to this grand finals between Aura Farmer and I'm stupid.
Call inside. Caller
Yeah,
call incoming.
Incoming call.
Call, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you know what?
Yeah, I look forward to that, and I think like, man, individually, Aura Farmer and Incoming Call have both got very strong individual players. But man, Aura Farmer, they just don't play as a team.
No,
right? They are 6 individual players that are incredibly good at the game of Overwatch.
Yeah.
But what makes Incoming Call so strong is their team play on top of the talent. That's why they beat this Aura Farmer squad the first time 2-0.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, Aura Farmer, like you said, is very good. I'm just happy that Aura Farmer broke their previous year's issues of falling out before their grand finals, because the last year I remember seeing Aura Farmer come back. I think they went out actually in about 3rd or 4th place, so I'm just happy to see them go on. But yeah, there is a banger of an upcoming grand finals for GOATs here in the EU Open coming up, and I just cannot wait. This is going to be one of the best set of GOATs we've seen since GOATs in its prime.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun here. We're wrapping up this side of the bracket here very, very soon. One more match, one grand finals, and we head to NA. So thank you all for watching, and we will see y'all in the EU grand finals.
Inside here, you know, you get an insight and you know something, you know, but you don't want to say it out loud because you're kind of afraid that it's not going to be really true and it'll spoil the whole thing for you, you know. But when somebody makes you say it, then, and it's true, then it just makes it more beautiful of a thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once more here to the CGL GOATs tournament. It has been a very long week so far, but for the EU region, it comes to an end with this matchup right here. Incoming Call taking on Aura Farmer, a rematch here from earlier in the upper bracket where, hey, Incoming Call took that 2-0 victory. So Aura Farmer looking to win with a little bit of revenge on the side. And Egdar, it is always a fascinating time when GOATs comes by because it is such a 50-50 in the community. Some of us absolutely love having it come back. Some of us, the PTSD begins to kick in a little bit.
Yes, make sure to get out your 70-page theses. I am Egdar, joined by Huntertain today, and as we said, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic matchup. There aren't two better teams that we have in this tournament to make it to the finals. Of course, it's been quite hard fought, maybe for Aura Farmer having to go through the lower bracket. Just have that 3-1 win in our lower finals just now. But remember, it was Incoming Call that knocked them down in 2-0 fashion. Not particularly close. It's really weird when you put these teams side by side. I think the players are quite eager to get in, so we can have a quick look at the rosters, I believe. But when you put them side by side, it's very strange because Incoming Call, they're not a team with more recognizable players, I would say. Fantastic players, specifically the backline. Ukej, of course, fantastic on tank, and Zarya and Diva certainly pulling the weight. But Yakino Horrocks Santix is an all-British, all bruv backline, you know what I mean? But they hold it down. They've been having quite a lot of success in Face It Masters, not quite winning, but always being able to compete at that level. But side by side, compared to the Aura Farmer players, you know, Hardy, Golden Pants, Scrain, Chaba, Mighty, Akka, like, just on sheer name recognition, Aura Farmer win. And I would say they win in arguably every role. Maybe not like main support, but I am a Horrocks fan first and foremost. But like, you know, they have just the better players on paper, right? The problem is that Incoming Call can't read, and therefore they don't look at that paper. And their GOATs gameplay is so much different. And this is kind of what we know about GOATs and why it shook up the scene so much. Individual talent didn't mean quite as much. Your mechanical warlords, you know, your players like your Pines, your Prophets, your Bird Rings, they were kind of left on the sidelines because GOATs doesn't demand that type of skill. Certainly not something which is demanded much in 5v5 and Overwatch 2. Lijiang Tower are going to be the first map, something quite favoured between both of these teams, but we're going to see if Aura Farmer throughout this tournament, they've been able to kind of develop more and more synergy and teamwork. GOATs is the most teamwork-based meta that we've ever had. I mean, quite clearly, there's not much comparison in that sense. And, you know, just having the quote-unquote better players isn't going to do it. And right now, you know, and right now it very much seems like that should teams having a little bit of a moment. It happens to the best of us. They're all in the dementia ward. They've been dragged out of the retirement home to play GOATs again. Happens to us all. But, you know, Incoming Call have developed that synergy and that teamwork and that fundamental GOATs understanding. The flights are almost flowcharty, but, like, you know, exactly what decision needs to be made and when, and the answer is always the same, but the circumstances are always so different, right? Neutrals are basically non-existent. Aside from the first fight in every map, it's a neutral. And even then, Rhines are liable to charging their shatters in about 10 seconds anyway. So ult usage, I mean, it's always important in Overwatch, but it's going to be absolutely monumental here.
Yeah, it will be. And if you have been watching throughout the weekend, you will know how quickly these ultimates charge up. Some of these will charge in a single fight if it goes long enough. Heck, Egdar, it doesn't even have to be that long of a fight to get it that quickly. You get a good fire strike in, a few good swings in, you will get that. The same situation goes for any character. That Zarya can get up really quickly. Diva, if you nail those rockets, will get up quickly. Every character can get up very quickly. And that's why it is, I don't want to say it's impossible to ult track, but it's so difficult to the point where it's almost easier to go into a fight assuming like, hey, if we have everything, they have everything. And we have to go in and we know what our combos are. We know what we need to do to plan accordingly. And I know not every player is reading the 70-page thesis, but all these players have experienced this enough to know what they need to do in this situation to be successful, because both of them have made it to this point. And obviously, a large majority are very seasoned players as well. I'm just excited to see if this is any different from the previous result we have seen, because from what I've seen so far of some of these rematches throughout the GOATS weekend, some of them have gone drastically differently in comparison to their original match. But if Incoming Call stays locked in over the course of having to wait that time period, meanwhile, Ore Farmers, who just went and won 3-0 down lower bracket, they are as fresh as can possibly be. We'll see if that makes any level of difference whatsoever.
You say freshness, but there could also be an element of fatigue as well, right? Coming into it. Incoming Call, they had to win their match, win it quite one-sidedly, and then they've just kind of been able to chill out and do whatever. So they're coming into this one with a little bit of the mental reset. So I would argue, despite what we said, that Incoming Call is actually the fresher team coming into this, which is a bit of a disaster for Ore Farmer, because they may also just be the better GOATs team as well. You know, the interplay of GOATs and the evolution of it was a crazy thing. It's probably the most figured out, studied meta, and it kind of like it kind of fundamentally changed the game forever. Not just because it forced roll lock, but it did force roll lock, but more in a sense of it changed how people thought about the game. You know, concepts. There were a lot of concepts like angles and kiting, which didn't really exist. If you recall the first season of Overwatch League, you know, the concept of like kiting ultimates economy, it wasn't really that well thought out. It was mostly just a kind of what is the best meta, what are the best characters, and therefore who is mechanically better on the other side. GOATs really emphasized the teamwork. Recall that in the rule set, tanks are locked. You can play Ryan or Winston. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we will never see Winston. The only real role that can change is flex support. Zen, Moira, Ana, all up for the grabs, but in the mirror, the Discord and the Transcendence is always going to be so valuable. Both these teams are going to roll out here, open it up on Lijiang.
Yeah, things should get going relatively quickly, but White Room going to be surrendered. Incoming Call just wants to go play on the point instead. Again, teams are kind of just having to go and wait for the opportunity, and there comes the aggressiveness very early on. Eventually, going to see Ore Farmer have to kite out a little bit. You give it directly back. Hadi gets the pin, but Strain gets knocked out of the mech in the process, so this can still go back and forth, but Hadi should be able to stay alive long enough and solidify, and yeah, the stage thing, Incoming Call just has to try to get out alive.
Yeah, there was a bash that came out onto UK, not something that he was particularly expecting. Hadi utilizes that and went for his own bubble pin. Works out beautifully. You only really use it if there isn't much distance between you and the enemy in a wall, but it can be an easy way to win a first fight.
100% it can be, and there's not going to be a whole lot of time between a lot of these fights either. They're going to get going very quickly, and already you're worried about a lot of these support ultimates, especially Beat Transcendence about to be online for both sides here, and you could see some level of aggression with that, since, I mean, you could see Victim nowhere close to that Graviton Scourge, but both ends right around the corner, but neither team willing to budge quite yet, but IQ Mighty is the one getting pinged first this time around, and now it's a Rub Snarl. Hadi hit with that Discord, gets obliterated, and Transcendence, unfortunately, not going to be there in time, so the double support investment is just going to be delaying the inevitable.
Just kind of a questionable use of the Transcendence as well, especially given how valuable it is, right? It is your most reliable counter to grab, no big deal with. Throwing it away in a 5v6 to potentially save your Rhine doesn't seem worth it. Remember, GOATs is a brick wall. A single brick falls out and it's over. You lose your Rhine, it's generally better to just cut your losses and go next.
Yeah, generally, yeah. But some teams will go for it depending on the situation. Obviously not one that it really worked out for, but you still have a lot going into this next fight. If you can find the proper chat here, especially if you manage to get Sante with this, it would be absolutely massive. But here it comes, it goes down, bubble there. It's only going to catch over onto Trod, but that's going to be enough to follow suit immediately. But again, you see the full investment. Sante going to hit that Transcendence, but it doesn't say Yuki no, and now it's rough because all you have left is Strain with that bomb. Octa's right around the corner from getting the Transcendence. Maybe trying to buy just enough time to keep it alive to be able to pull it, but I think with losing Trod right there, it becomes a really tough situation. Yeah, eventually you'll just have to pull back, and this has been an immediate back and forth for Aka. Smart to hold onto that Transcendence.
Well, here's the thing. Aka used the Transcendence at the end of the last fight and has already built up another one, which is absolutely nutty. To put it bluntly, the Victim just built the grab way too slowly. There was a great winner opportunity where there were no defensive ults for Ore Farmers. You needed to have a grab on the field, but not enough damage being dealt, not enough ult charge being developed, and not enough fights being won.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. We'll see, though. We're looping around already. B has been activated. Yukino gone first again. Hadi going aggressive. Hadi's going to finish off a second. This fight going to be over just like that. And going to see knocked out of mech. Going to be taking their sweet time. We have seen this stall game throughout all of the week. And that is going to be devastating.
Oh, no!
Oh, you hate to see it. Or maybe you love to see it. It depends if you're just sadistic or not.
You'd be surprised in this community, and we're
no waiting, I guess.
What are you doing, Golden Fans?
There's something going on in the chat. Bomb being thrown in the lower. See if he gets rid of anybody. Yukino is not able to turn the shield in time. Being taken care of. This is still incredibly back and forth, but the point looks like it's gonna flip over momentarily. Hadi is hanging around currently. IQ Muddy in there as well, but Hadi is just so incredibly low on the outside. It's gonna get booped off for the flip. Not gonna come back through. We should be able to stabilize and have one final fight. Koroks? Alright.
Yeah, Koroks again! You're going crazy with it, my guy! Your bird yells Koroks when he moves 2 off the map, and I mean, yeah, why the hell wouldn't you? Doing a phenomenal job thus far. Also charging closer to a sound barrier. Crucial defensive ultimate. UKetch, however, has gone way too aggressive and gets punished by Hadi for it.
Yeah, that should do it right there. You just have a couple left over on the point. Or Farmer gonna drop the bomb for good measure, but one pump's gonna come through, and yeah, I mean, Sandy's not gonna be able to touch. Maybe you get back one more time, but I think this one's done and dusted.
Yeah. Final fight, the bomb makes a bit more sense. Try and cut your losses, get a remake, but ultimately really good play from Aura Farmers. And at the end, that was quite tragic from incoming call. You know, UKetch just went way too aggressive, but you forget that, you know, with the speed of the Lucio and general mobility in the comp, they can regroup very quickly, and Goats is a Venus flytrap of a composition. It will snap you up, it will swallow you whole, and it will spit you out on the other end of it, back into the spawn room. You can see right here, the Zarya is just taking over the lobby with ridiculous damage numbers. I mean, you know, 3,000 more inside of Golden Pants. We definitely saw it. We kind of pointed it out, charging those grabs quicker. Whichever team can cycle their ults quicker, just have the ability to use more of them. It's a lot more forgiving. They don't have to be perfect, but just having more of them is always going to be beneficial.
Well, we're back to that one neutral fight we get every single round. Goes down. See, immediately that midfield being taken away from Aura Farmers, they are immediately thrown back. Hadi gets that Discord put onto him, has to immediately back out. You will get hurt smithereens in a moment if you are caught in a situation of vulnerability with that. As you see right there, it happens with Scrain as the slow-mo is taking effect. We are officially entering the Matrix as Hadi gets the pin onto Yukino, and yeah, we are just full slow-mo. Love to see it, but either way, yeah, Yukino knows what's going on here. You're going to fall back over to the point, but Golden Pants just running body after body over, and well, you can hang around as much as you want. Aura Farmer is going to take this point.
Focus fire from Aura Farmers there was quite impressive. As, okay, it should be maybe a bit stabilized now. But Target Focus was great. It was whoever Aka Discorded was basically the one being shot. Incoming call, however, of course, want to get right back into this, even if the game does not want them to.
Yeah, the game decides, nah, it doesn't want to, and unfortunately, yeah, I mean, you're throwing the Transcend and you're going to take the fight away. Senti is going to invest, though, and that is a, I think, not so amazing decision right there. Just has to back out, and now Golden Pant's going to get this grab up relatively soon, and they're not going to have the best response.
Yeah, there's no doubt that with all this energy, Golden Pants will charge up to that grab, and that's kind of what you need. Oh. You have 2 defense vaults on the Goat side, but, you know, the Transcendence is always going to be able to grab quite effectively. What's happening here, guys? We got a bit too stilly, did the Aura Farmers, and you forget that a full charge Zarya is still a weapon of mass destruction.
Yeah, and now they're going to go to this point. You're going to knock Scrain out of the mech with absolute ease, and now you can try to engage on this. Maybe you go aggro the beat, but you're going to throw out the grab, catch a couple of members. They take them off the point momentarily. They'll take over. Be activated as well. They're going to go all in on this with the rallies being extended away, but it's Aura Farmers once again taking advantage, and they're going to be able to take this point back over, surrendering not even 15% here.
Yeah, incoming call. They went in with quite a few ultimates. They went for an aggressive beat engage, which isn't something that you see often. You generally save that for a kind of grab bomb situation or to get yourself out of a shatter. But Aura Farmer are able to bounce back, play the tempo perfectly, and utilize their own resources, but a bit later. can catch a bit more value with the ults.
100%. That Shatter is ready to go. Ideally looking for potentially the fast Shatter, so you gotta be a little smart if you're a victim of the situation when it comes to having that bubble ready for it. Here comes the aggression, catches on to 2. Does have this world is over, and Orox is gonna get taken care of first pretty quickly. And this fight could be falling apart. No one going to get caught up from the bomb, but still causes separation as Victim has all the charge in the world. It might come down to the Zarius to clutch this one up, but Victim just has to pull back that corner, gonna get that extra charge from the bomb, but still, this is looking not so grand right now.
Yeah, these fights are uncharacteristically scrappy, but they're certainly working out in favor of Orofarm. Horrocks is generally the one that can contest the point for quite a lot longer. Grab on the wall used immediately, but it backfires massively. Santik's Transcendence doesn't come out quite in time.
Yeah, and there's just going to be Horrocks trying to touch as long as you can. He doesn't even get back, so that is going to be, honestly, with that second round, pretty decisive in terms of Orofarmers taking that first one away. And on top of that, that is the first map that Incoming Call has lost in this entire tournament.
Oof, and what a way to do it as well. 2-0 fashion. Orofarmer. I was questioning things a bit. They struggled in the match against Southwest. They weren't able to get it done cleanly. It was a 3-1, and sure, map 1 was quite dominant, map 4 was quite dominant, but maps 2, I mean, they lost map 2. Map 3 was decided by essentially a coin flip, so it was really, really tricky to call there. But now they come out swinging against Incoming Call, really pulling off some things that Incoming Call just didn't seem to be fully expecting. I was very impressed with the teamwork of Orofarmer and the focus fire as well. Not only were they, of course, charging their ults very effectively, particularly Akka, who had like about 12 bazillion transcendences. Even when she was able to throw one away on first point, it literally didn't matter because it is the eternal. It's the eternal cycle of I use transcendence, I get transcendence again in like 10 seconds, so no one even cares that I used it the first time. Right? People forget the ult economy is so delicate in GOATs, but it's also so like consistent, and generally you're going to be charging them like every fight or fight and a half in essence. Also, the focus fire, they were really hounding down those discorded targets, making the best use of it. So yeah, quite surprising. I would have thought that Orofarm were a team which would rely on their individual talent, but it seems that they can also bash their heads together and make something work as a team. Kings Road going to be the next map, because of course Kings Road is going to be the next map.
Yeah, I haven't seen much outside of Kings Row. I've seen a couple Blizzard Worlds. I think somebody on stream picked New Bonnie yesterday, but it's
well, that's
Kings
just
Row.
no, that's just like wrong. It's just wrong.
I mean, it is wrong. 100% it's wrong. But yeah, Kings Row. We don't need to say much about Kings Row. We know what Kings Row is. If you think of not just GOATs, but Overwatch in general, it's the map that generally comes to mind first. We call it Scrims Row for a very good reason. But usually this is a situation, Egdar, where we talk about, okay, well, this is where things are going to change up, things are going to swap up. No, it's GOATs. Things are going to stay the same for the next 3, 4, or 5 maps. This is how it's going to be. It is simply just having to refine what you have been able to do throughout the weekend. In Incoming Call, they know what they need to do. They've proven they know how to do it. But right now, Orofarmers, I think kind of aiding to my point just slightly, after coming off of that win and having some level of momentum on their side so far. Fatigue not settling in quite yet, but to your credit, if we do get to that map 4, map 5 standing, you could definitely see that start to kick in, and we'll see how long that takes. And on top of that, how long will it take Incoming Call to get themselves back in order?
Yeah, it should just be a little chink in the armor for Incoming Call, right? This is where momentum can get away from them. This is the map which I'm more so worried about. Losing first map's never ideal, but it's never too much to come back from. If you lose the second in a row, that is where things are completely awful and completely no good. Glad to see on Orofarm that we have Manchester's finest IQ Mighty picking things up for the break. Those who know, they know. It's great to see these kind of rosters come together. A lot of players that you wouldn't necessarily expect. You know, Hardy coming out of retirement once more, just to be able to play the German Crusader for, you know, as long as humanly possible. There's an official place to play it, and hey, I can get some money. Like, they're paying to play Ryan? Hell yeah, why the hell would I not choose this option?
Yeah, I mean, trying to farm that money. There we go. Love to see it. But you get a little more, quite a bit more, if you do take away the win here. So Hadi, a little extra motivation in here. Try things to away, but Orphan is starting out on the attack to get things started out. Around Sag, just waiting for that right opportunity. Hadi is getting burnt away, though. Stunned down, super low. But they're not going to push on it. They're going to wait, and they're going to conserve and get back to those resources.
Yeah, cool. They actually try and take a sneaky angle down the side, but it doesn't really work. It backfired on them. And I have to say, I'm not a big fan of incoming cool bubble usage that fight. We saw the first bubble that came out onto Ukej. It didn't get any energy. It was used exactly as Orofarmer was retreating. And yeah, nice little fade away from IQ Money as well. But it was used as Orofarmer were retreating, so you weren't even getting energy off of it, you weren't able to effectively push off of it. Zarya Bubble is, I'd argue it's the most important cooldown in the entire composition, more so than Discord, more so than Flash, more so than anything. Being able to squeeze out every ounce of value from it is essential to being successful.
100%, it is. We'll see what the start is here. You've already built up to, I mean, most of these ultimates, at least if you're Orofarmer right here. Rally's going to be matching, Grab is going to be online. Victim's going to have it first, though. You could see a very aggressive swing here, and you're already getting with Rally being expended by both sides, immediately waiting for that opportunity as Transcendence used on both sides as well. Shatter comes through big time, not able to get the follow, but you're going to be able to pin Hadi away far for the rest of the squad. But Grab giving a response. This is everything being thrown in, trying to get some kind of follow-up bomb, gets rid of Scrain, and now you could see incoming call start to back up here, and they will have to, as they are starting to actually, no, they're starting to roll through and take care of things. Orofarmer give 4 or 5 ultimates to that fight, it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, Hadi eventually didn't end up using the Shatter, and honestly that might have been the key. It's a very hard thing to deal with the Shatters, and while it works on occasion, you can't consistently rely on just, you know, out mind gaming the enemy Rhine to make it work. That can be interesting. Generally, you're looking at bubbles, you're looking at bashes, you're looking at Crew feeding his brains out, because that is exactly what happened there. As a way to open up your fights instead.
Yeah, rough without the Diva right there to eat up some of that damage, and yeah, falling one by one. Shatter goes through, and it's like hitting the wall of Berlin. It does not go through, and Hadi's just going to help clean things up here. A little bit of stall from Victim, but eventually, yeah, it's just going to come to its natural end for life as, yeah, I mean, that's as clean as it could have been, and you get the Shatter out, too.
And with the pick advantage there, Hadi had no reason to drop the shield, right? And that's where the mind game works. You're in a 5v6, you're winning the fight just by standing there. Ukej is terrified of Hadi's Shatter, but Hadi's like, well, I know that you have it as well. I'm not going to allow you the privilege of turning the fight. I'm not even going to think that that's a risk that you can be on board. Both Transcendences from these teams. There's a whole stack of squads. Orofarmer charge close to theirs, but IQ might be taken down just before the rally can be utilized.
Yeah, and Akka really low. Shatter comes through, and it's gonna get locked out as well. Transcendence used as well as Hadi. Yeah, there are voices going on somewhere. Yeah, they're just gonna feel out of here. Conserve resources. I mean, you can't reasonably take this fight until Wolfpass has that crab at least.
Yeah, no, you're gonna have to wait for a second here. You actually utilize the rally, the bubble pin. Again, you need to actually go into the enemy team with it instead of cancelling it on the wall. The grab comes out, and it's a big one.
Oh, that bomb there.
What can we get?
The most anticlimactic bomb I've seen in my life is the Shatter does all, pretty much just takes Reina out of the mech. But who knows if that'll be enough. Remember, Hadi's supposed to get back over into this fight. Golden Pants has basically become the main tank here, trying to hold things down, and with UJ gone, they have the hard advantage, especially with Hadi right around the corner.
Yes, Greynails are able to remech. You know, generally that dead Diva, at least the demech Diva, is a death sentence, but being able to get back in is huge. Shatter comes out, and we toss in the bomb as well.
Yeah, they're throwing everything into this fight, and it's working out. You can say maybe maybe the bomb wasn't necessary, but I mean, it'll be back in about 30 seconds. Don't worry too much. But yeah, look at through 3.5 minutes on the clock, plenty to work with. And again, Akka, once again, work up to another Transcendence.
This is a charging attempt. It's just freakish, a bit of a freakish rain, alarming, you know. I mean, this is an incoming caller taking so much damage before the fight's even started. Orofarmer, I think they can go quickly with their ults. Maybe there's a chance that they identify that there's a lapse of incoming caller, and that they do.
Yeah, and UJ already gone. There's a Shatter ready. Hadi's probably gonna have to hold on to it. Just a little bit of stall. I mean, not even really a little bit. They are rolling through this. They hold on to everything here, too. And they have no reason not to play aggressively, either.
Yeah, they only use a grab. That's about as economical as you can get. Incoming Gold didn't use anything. That's because they didn't have anything. We use the rally, Shatter doesn't get anything, and now this is where the chaos begins. You get shaken down with a discorded pin. Who can touch the point?
There can be touches, but it doesn't look like there's going to be anyone coming to save them anytime soon. The rematch comes through momentarily, but Throw is going to be almost taken out just as quickly. And he does get rid of Aka, so maybe trying to stem the bleeding a little bit. But Sprain just coming back, picks off member after member. Grab comes through on top of that. Going to be deleting everybody. You're going to have one last touch coming through from Yukino. That will be it. 2-12 on the clock. It works out beautifully from Ore Farmers, an incoming call. I mean, for everything we see from them, they seem to not be able to figure it out here now.
Yeah, it's like minor mistakes which keep adding up, you know, poor bubble usage on first point, and then just some characteristically larger mistakes, right? Crew getting picked off at the archway quite inexplicably, not being able to track the shatter effectively, and yeah, like you can see, you know, the victim 17k damage, that's fantastic. Golden Pants has 22k. This has been half of a game, and we're at 22k damage. You're not on ball, bro. Come off it.
No, this is the day and age we live in when it comes to this tournament. All right, you're going to see these Zarias put up these massive amounts of damage. I have seen throughout the tournament some go over 50,000 in a round. It can get insane how nice these numbers can be. But we'll see what incoming call can do. I mean, like I said, it is just these minor mistakes, and if they're able to start cleaning these up, you know, I think you'll see a pretty sizable difference at that stage. But we got to get to it because so far Arfarmers is playing pretty lights out ever since that second point of Lijiang. So it's just continuing the momentum, doing what they need to do. It doesn't get more complicated than that.
They're playing with confidence as well, right? When you're playing GOATs, it's not a case of did you make the decision quick enough? It's more so just was it the right decision? Remember, Remember, if one person does something stupid, then it's stupid. If 6 people do it all at the same time, it can be a strategy. And GOATs really proves that. Provided that you stay on the same page, you kind of have an advantage in every fight, the ability to clutch it up.
Yeah, 110%. So we'll see what comes through here. As again, both teams kind of taking their time, and Horrocks, by the way, is about to have beat already.
Yeah,
by the way, you could just see an extremely aggressive beat fight here if they get it. 100%. I don't see why you wouldn't. Yeah, and there it is. Aggressive beat fight. IQ money is down. Ore Farmers are going to be deleted. Just had nothing to work with there. Golden Pants gets Horrocks during the fight, but that's going to be that. And with that being the case, I can't imagine there's a retouch here, but they can try.
Even your neutrals in GOATs are not neutrals, but Ore, they actually come back with the sound barrier of their own. A little bit scuffed, and Aka, again, look, we get how fast you charge the Transcendences, but that one just kind of thrown away Pistons.
Yeah, 110%. And now they're going to keep moving forward. They're going to burn everybody away. Archways are here. And this is, yeah, it's just a rough situation. 5 minutes on the clock. They don't even have to worry about playing that hard. Oh, no. Crane should just... Might just take the reset instead, yeah. Just gonna take the reset. Goodbye. It's good knowing you.
Yeah, but that's still time that you had to use to consider, am I going to reset or not? And like we're waiting for it, and now again, you are not a unit without all 6 members for GOATs. You cannot work as a 5-person. You cannot work as a 5-person. It just fundamentally falls apart. Everyone has their very distinctive roles, so it's going to be a while Grain to come back. No possibility of an archway hold, and not even the first corner. It's going to be about the second the whole farm can actually come out for a test.
Yeah, 100%. We're looking to get a big shatter in here eventually, a big bomb here eventually. Have seen neither so far in this series. We'll see as Hadi's going to go for the big slam. Gets 3 on that hit. Not have the Transcendence either. Grab being thrown in, trying to delete bodies. Big slam trying to come through, but gets taken out before it goes through. And it's Ore Farmers hoping to clean things up, and that they will do. Horrocks the last one out, as Horrocks will indeed get out alive.
Yeah, you get dying while utilizing the shatter there is far from ideal, we'll put it like that. Now you have a good amount of support also both of these teams. See if one wants to use them aggressively.
Yeah, see what the case is right here. Squirrelfin's going to be online in Master. See if Santi or Aka can get this Transcendence in time. But Yuki is in there pretty deep. But it's Hadi who's going to go down first and foremost. So now you're going to go all out with this aggression. If you're Aura Farmer, you would love to invest further, but you just don't have the means to. You kind of just have to take the L. You're stall for as long as you can, and then maybe get one more fight. And with the stall from Chaba, I think you can do it.
Yeah, you know, Lucio is going to be the most mobile member of GOATs in any capacity, faster as well, so can definitely recontest this one. You have the tools to do it. Gold Hands will have a grab. Of course, both support ults on the side of incoming calls, so it might have a shatter or something, just help sweeten the deal. Early bomb comes out. What's it gonna get? Combats? What?
That's the worst person you could have gotten, honestly. Hadi's gonna have a shatter, but you don't have utilization of the Bazaar anymore. Big slant comes through onto Horrocks, gets rid of them, so with being utilized, that's the situation that you're in. You go for the heavy pin. You're gonna throw everything. They really want to win this fight right here. And by the way, it is really important if they do, but UKJ is still there, holding out, holding on. Victims coming back with that grab as well, and I think they're slowly beginning to fall apart here for Aura Farmers. As long as they keep the Rhine alive, they should be able to stay alive throughout. This pin's going to come through, but Golden Pants is back into the fight, gets all that charge, and with the ground in, that is devastating. They're gonna lose the fight. Horrocks may get one on the way out, but they're gonna be able to sustain.
No, that's a disaster. You cannot get I mean, it's a lot easier said than done, but you know, grab eats are particularly difficult to pull off. So huge credit to Scrain there, who might have clutched up that fight in the end, but you put all of that into it for incoming call, not able to cap the point. Quick regroup because you know you need this payload and you need it now.
100% too. He going an aggressive bombing, thrown deep into the air, see if he catches on to anybody. Nope. Nobody quite yet. Slam coming through. Again, nothing on top of that either. There have been no like massive plans throughout the day. Yukino gets deleted, but Chaba is in the same exact ballpark. Hadi, no health remaining, will get deleted. Yuki gave the exact same conversation though. Aka gonna be able to help him sustain with that Transcendence a little while longer. And with Victim down, you likely should see this begin to fall apart, especially as Astro is just not going to end up using the bomb. Golden Pants again gonna help their team sustain as Santi, yeah, giving a little bit of staggering here.
No, please stop cyberbullying our players. Please stop cyberbullying the last squishy in the fight, guys. It's really uncool. Even though Orphan made a mistake, they didn't sync up their Diva Bomb with their Shatter at all. It worked out because they just let the Zarya live for a bit too long and a really early grab. That's some aggression. That's how you do a combo with the bomb. Grab bomb, about as standard as you can get. About as old as peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah, you're gonna try to get the DMAC over onto Tro. You're gonna give everything to get the DMAC, and you're gonna get it, and then you're immediately gonna get out of there. No reason to stick around, and there is no cliff nearby for Tro to reset, and you can't swap for reset either.
And there's so many shields and barriers and like bubbles in the way as well, so it's not like you can even get back into the mech particularly quickly. You have to rely on luck. Plus, Warfarmer, they take a really aggro fight. They stack the support ultimate, so they're going to live, but will this come back to fight them?
Maybe. You're gonna have a beat at best, but you lose Golden Pants, so you lose your highest damage dealer, but Ricochet is gone. Now, if you want to go aggressive, you could, but the beat comes out after the fact. Hadi is down. It's on the back of Scrain to be the only take remaining, trying to hold on. Your bomb is going to be available, but it's been thrown down onto the point, trying to cause some separation. Grab being thrown in, everyone being thrown down the drain as Aka and Mighty both being taken care of. Hadi and Golden Pants might be getting back, but I think you may be entering the process of too little too late.
Yeah, right. We saw that it happened a few minutes ago, that incoming call were just about bested by Aura Farm's superior spawns. Not going to be the case here. But remember that for Aura Farm, all they really have to do is buy time. Take fight after fight after fight. Obviously, in a perfect world, you can just stop the advance of incoming call here. But you can also just delay for a good minute, and you would be completely fine. For that, again, you don't have to win fights. You just need to be annoying and persistent and like flies in the ointment of incoming call. That'll work out just fine for you.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. You have to be nearly perfect from here on out. Bomb gonna be thrown in, catches onto a couple of members, but there's no immediate follow-up. But remember, Aura Farmers, I mean, while you You obviously want to finish this out. As long as you get this to overtime, there's no way Golden Pants gets eaten. No way. Now you have the back off. That Shatter going to catch onto a few members. Just get rid of IQ Money. And that could, I mean, that's going to be really unfortunate right there. Because you're going to try to get rid of Hottie. You absolutely run him down to do so. Beat Team Ronin. You're going all out in this backline. His bomb eventually going to be expended by Spray, who gets rid of two. And now, what do you even do here? Golden Pants is back. You stayed, and now with 25 seconds on the clock, winning the map. Recoming call is an impossibility.
No way! A straight Diva Bomb from Scrain in an already lost fight just happens to catch both supports, including Lucio, the guy that can just run away? That's absolutely unbelievable, and that could just cost things here completely for incoming call. Even with these late kills from Aura Farmer, Time Man's gonna be up. There's no winning here, lads.
Yeah, you are tying at best, but still, it's better than giving a point to Aura Farmers at the end of the day. Y'all out aggression in here, so close to this Shatter. You're going to move in really aggressively for Golden Pants, but Golden Pants had the grab, and no more touches. You will have an opportunity to tie this one up if you're coming call, but that's your best case scenario. There's no way to win this, but you can cause the tie, which just means a longer night for everybody, but it is doable.
Who wants a tie, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel there's a lot of situations, even as the loser. I can only speak personally. Even as like the team which like is losing, but we get the tie, and I'm just kind of like whatever. 47,000 damage.
Jeez.
47,000 damage. That's like more damage on one player than you get in entire teams full of 5v5 lobbies. What are you talking about? 47k damage, Mr. Pants.
Yeah, we're probably gonna go over 50k.
I like to imagine that's like his God-given name. Like,
please, Mr. Pants is my father's
Pants.
name.
Yeah, Mr. Pants is the most appropriate method of address.
Oh, exactly. But 212 on the clock. That is a solid number of fights available in the situation. But I think Aura Farmer, they know what they need to do here. They have the confidence. It doesn't need to be any more complicated than just that. But when it comes to incoming call, one fight and that's it. They are done. They are dusted, and they're going to be down 2-0. So, in all fairness, there's a lot of pressure on them to essentially play perfectly.
Yeah, Aura Farmer just needs the one, right? And, you know, they've proven more than capable of that in these last two rounds here. Right now, still jockeying for position, but I think that was actually a boop that came out onto Golden Pants, so good little heads-up play from Clorox to kind of force that displacement.
Yeah, and that means Victim is getting way further up in charge of that grab, and that is going to mean something here in about 45 seconds. That grab being online first for Victim, it's massive. But you still have all these support charges building up. Aka, he is probably the closest right now to getting a support ultimate online. Horwatz is currently Spider-Man, apparently, just flying throughout everywhere, trying to move anybody around and get that opportunity as you're swinging as your hottie, trying to get that Shatter as close as you can. But that barrier, I mean, Horwatz is just being deleted every single time. But here comes that aggression with the double beat. Victim is down, though. Aura Farmers, they have the go-ahead right here. Edgar, they have to find a way to finish it off, though, because now they've given everything to try to hold on to this.
And fantastic discipline on the support ult. It is only the moment that Shabba's down barrier expires that Aka decides to utilize the Transcendence. Everyone is healthy and alive for as long as humanly possible. And you can see that it pays off. They are eventually able to come late into this fight, get the kill through onto Ukej, and Paddy just lays the hammer down as a parting gift for the members of incoming call. No one good is calling at this point. It's just Aura Farmer, and they're like, yo, we're 2-0 up right now.
Yeah, this is becoming a little terrifying for incoming call here. But Aura Farmer, to be fair, the way they played this, I mean, they are what we were seeing from incoming call pretty much this entire weekend, and from their previous matchup that we saw before. And this is just Aura Farmer taking all the momentum that they have gotten before, and they're carrying it on forward. I don't think it's any... I keep saying it's not any more complicated than that, but it really isn't. It is that simple. And they're taking advantage of these little mistakes that incoming call are making, which, to be fair, little mistakes in a lot of the metas in Overwatch, they can be taken advantage of 100%. But making a little mistake in GOATs it's far different. If you are caught out even just a little bit on almost any character, that is enough to end your fight right there. If you are caught out, it is as simple as that.
Yeah, and we kind of have like the worst of both worlds that Incoming Call have to deal with. Incoming Call throughout this entire bracket and throughout, I mean, the core of this team has been like playing in CGL GOATs for the longest time imaginable. I think literally this time last year I was talking about Horrocks winning GOATs because, well, the guy just does that on occasion. Now that we are all the way in the finals and we have a team like Aura Farmer with some really strong players, not only do you have the fact that they are better individual players, 'cause on paper, yeah, they are, bluntly, you know, players like Hadi, players like Akka, players like Golden Pants, it's just a bit freaky to go against a roster like that. But now they also seem to have the teamwork thing sussed out as well. So at first, at least you had the weakness of, well, now we, you know, they're better players individually. Sure, we have better teamwork than them. But now they're putting that together. And it's like, oh no, we're screwed. Their ult usage was really, really good. It seemed like their target focus was always strong, always focusing down discorded targets. There was a couple of stacking ultimates from, from Incoming Call. You know, if the entire enemy team is in a grav, even if you're trying to go for a bomb combo, it's generally not a fantastic idea to use the shatter immediately off the rip. Again, that can be bubbled. If you want to go for that combo, and that's a shatter bomb, that's an entirely separate thing. Obviously, near the end, we're seeing the support ults getting stacked from Incoming Call, while Aura Farmer, they take specific care to not do that. Extend their window of virtual invulnerability out to as long as humanly possible. So, Incoming Call, I mean, like, with GOATs, it's always weird. You can't say play something different. It's GOATs, right? It's the teamwork from Incoming Call, which has gotta step up.
Yeah, and even though you have optional things like the Winston Ana Moira, you're not gonna see these teams.
No.
You just aren't. You will watch teams in the lower division do that. Maybe some of these open teams that didn't quite make it through. I'm sure some of them experimented a little bit, tried it around, maybe tried some like Ana nades to begin fights, but you're not gonna see changes here. It is gonna be that same 6. That is just how things are gonna stay. And with our map selection in here for Incoming Call, they're gonna take us to Route 66. Could be the final map of the series as well, at least the final map of EU GOATs. And again, I love to get into the intricacies of everything, but things are going to say this simplistic, and it's just Incoming Call fixing those tiny mistakes. And whether that is as a team effort, whether it's just individually someone getting caught out at the wrong time, it's just something that has to be fixed right here and now, because if Aura Farmers go out here and they defend first and they shut down Incoming Call, I think it's going to become a near impossibility to come back from that.
GOATs is so weird. It's so simple, yet also so complicated at the exact same time. Route 66 going to be that we go to. But like, yeah, it's quite odd in the mirror. There's only like 3 real main ways that you can engage onto the enemy team, right? Number 1 revolves entirely around high grounds. Oftentimes, you know, to avoid having to fight coming out of a choke, the enemy team will go via high ground and then try and drop off to circumvent the choke. You can take advantage, but only if the team is split or your Lucio is able to secure a big boop. The person who drops first. A lot of lower tier teams, their Rhine will go first and everyone else will try and stick on high ground, but then you can just completely run them over, and there's no real change there. Then you have like punishing split targets, but then like who is like purposely splitting themselves up? Unless you're able to catch out a stray diva diving your Zen, or a Zarya off-angling, maybe greeding the bubble a little bit, that happens. It's entirely around the Zarya bubbles that you have to plan these engages out, and yeah, Aura Farmer's Zarya bubbles slightly better, and that enables everything. It means they get more damage in their engages, it means that, you know, they're able to charge their ultimates faster, and it's like a horrid, like, cascading sequence of misery for Incoming Call, right? Route 66 is fun, however, because we do get to see the patented Route 66 spawn camp, which is great. Yeah. We saw this on Havana. Aura Farmer no doubt are going to go up to the high ground, speed through, and then try and flip the map.
100%. That's what you want to do in this situation. Some teams would opt to let them come out all the way first and simply just draw on them directly, but I like the idea of flipping this, and I think that's what we're going to see here. I think you're 100% right, Egdar, but if you're wrong, I get to call you out on it. But we'll see how things are.
It's just the correct play.
It is 100% the correct play, but we'll see if that comes to term. They're still kind of just hanging up there. In fact, they're just going to drop down and just go play on point naturally. Nothing really changing up here as... I mean, to be fair, it was so obvious what they were going to do. It's hard to do a spawn hold anymore without being known, hey, there's spawn hold.
Still really want to see Aura Farmer some kind of map just start trying to point away from them. But if they're able to sneak their way through the right side, get close to incoming call using natural cover and not taking much damage to their resources, that works as well. Hardy pretty healthy. Okay, maybe slightly less healthy. Maybe needs 16 after.
Yeah, not so alive anymore, unfortunately. But UK's still pretty low right now. Unfortunately, you just don't really have anybody to follow up on that. You are going to get Golden Pants out alive with all that delicious charge, though, so that is something to work with here. But you're also going to have Hadi, who is massively closer with a Shatter as everybody else gets their stuff online.
Yeah, cool. Quite low right now. Aura Farmer actually opting to use a very aggressive Transcendence, timed up perfectly with Hardy's pin to delete you can.
Oh, Hardy!
No! Stop bullying my tank!
It is bully Ryan time here at CGL. But Scrain was together live. Rally was activated, but you don't have your Rhino Zarya. You can't really take advantage of that rally, but you can also use there. So it's like, it's kind of back and forth. It is what it is in that situation. But now you're going to go forward. You have the Shatter way ahead if you're Hadi. You're going to look for some kind of combo, especially with that stuff bubble gone. Bomb gets rid of nobody. The bombs today have not been exceedingly excellent as it is not, dude! Hadi, please!
Stop going near the edge, guys! That you don't have tank reduction anymore. We see a late grab from out from Golden Pants just to secure things, but the fact that grab was forced is really good play from incoming crew, I say. Like, I mean, this was one fight for Aura Farm. It was just kind of some last-minute shenanigans that forced Aura Farm to maybe over-invest a bit. So incoming core can come back in with a completely full ult bank, and they should just wipe the floor with Aura Farm by virtue of their Q presses.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, I mean, Victim with the grab here, you should be able to take advantage of this, but you're going to have every scroll if you are Aura Farmer. You have every reason to stay alive through this grab, and maybe it's on the back of, hey, how do we set up these combos with the bomb as well? We'll see momentarily what the case is going to be. Akka going to be pretty aggressive with it. UJ pinned out, but it's Hadi who's in a rough situation. IQ fighting down first. Oh, no, rough situation, but it can still go back and forth. But unfortunately, Chaba, last 4 remaining bombs is going to come out. Shatter goes through and gets rid of 2. It's got to be a big pin, and it's big on the Golden Pants. Hadi goes down, and now with a minute left, I was talking about how bad it'd be if incoming call got full held for Aura Farmer. They might be the recipient instead.
What I think happened there was Hardy's slam happened the moment UKage pinned. UKage didn't get full connection, but booped Hadi onto the high ground, so that his Shatter just got completely nothing. How do you even prepare for that, bro? And Hadi Shatter would have been fight turning right there. Right now, the only ult on the board is Santix with that Transcendence, so a good identification of this should allow incoming core to play very aggro in the next fight. But to their credit, Aura Farmer fighting out very well.
Yeah, they know they can take their time because they want Golden Pants to grab again. They want that when they enter this fight. It is genuinely a must. But now,
oh my God.
I mean, you lose Scram, but Scram will get back so quickly. Yuki-J and Santix are now down. This is tough to come back from, and now it is just going to be a stall game once again, as long as you possibly can. But Tro is going to be taken away. He's going to get staggered out momentarily until the stall comes through, but I do think you get one more touch here, and I think they might try to go for the investment.
Incoming call not really respecting the push and pull there, right? You know, all the cooldowns have been used by incoming call. It was kited by Aura Farmer, but then they just didn't back up far enough. And we are going to see contact come out. Santix Trans is at the perfect time to be able to save everyone. But they see 9 with the grab!
Oh, devastating. Shatter's there. It's ready. Hadi is going to think better, hold on to it. And I mean, while you are going to lose a couple members here, more than likely, our farmers are in a good situation. The spawns are literally right behind them. And that bomb going to go through. Pin is there. It's active. It gets rid of Tro, and Yuki-J is down. And the second point is completely free at the moment. As Aura Farmer is going to truck on forward.
Yeah, and I think that was a perfectly timed bubble from Golden Pants onto Hardy there as well. It was the moment that the pin was gone for. Yes, the shatter came out from UKage, but, you know, it was locked up by the bubble, meaning that the pin could come through, and therefore there could be no shielding for Scrane's Diva Bomb. That's what we're talking about. Split-second decisions and playing for the team, you know? Golden Pants isn't trying necessarily to get energy out every bubble. It's all about doing best for the team. But yeah, booped off fourth Transcendence from both these teams. So sorry, just Aura Bomb.
Yep, Stroke still has a bomb ready to go. Rally going to be initiated by both squads here. Aka, the first one to go down. Hadi, no sustain left, is going to get deleted with 115 on the clock. We'll see a slow bird coming through here as Crane is going to get DMAC. He's going to have to jump off that cliff. Meanwhile, Golden Pants is going to be obliterated after the fact, and with a minute left on the clock here. I mean, Aura Farmer just pretty much in the exact same situation they were 3 minutes ago.
That they are. It was the Lucio playmaking potential that came out. Horrocks has had a couple of these now where it's a crucial boot at a crucial time, able to kind of force the issue. And when Aura Farmer have to rush their ults and they're not able to dictate the pace of the fights, that's when Incoming Call can strike by using theirs later, kind of squeezing ounces more value out of them right now. Incoming Call, their ult bank is also looking very healthy. You just have to be careful not getting poked out too much, too heavily, and too early.
Yeah, that shadow was really big, though. Gets rid of Hadi. It's a weird trade over a bomb in the middle of nowhere. Doesn't catch on to anybody now. Golden Pants is in a rough situation. Gonna get deleted. You want to die or get out as quickly as possible. In fact, bomb being thrown in. Catches on the Java, and now with the full wipe coming through here, you're gonna have some fast respawns, but Incoming Call are gonna stuff them right here. Try to not allow a touch.
Yeah, and they've been able to stagger out Scrane mech as well. There's going to be a baby Diva with can't really do anything in these proceedings, and you know, Santik's able to just shoot through Aka's Transcendence, a lot of damage damage onto Chaba, and this is an entirely different look that we're seeing from Incoming Call. All of their issues with teamwork seem to have been fundamentally resolved right here. You know, their usage of their boops, their bubbles have been far more effective. Even if Horrocks, what are you talking about?
Horrocks,
There's literally no. What do you mean?
No. Is there?
It's
there?
not like there's.
Is there
It's
one
not
on
like
the board?
there's a 6-7 KD on the board. No, it's just not
There is.
there. Why is my man spreading misinformation? I wonder what Mr. Information might think about that. It's
I don't know. We'll have to pass it along, I think.
Ready for battle.
Send it through customs. Anyway, we're back at it. To be fair, that is.
Please shoot Stefan Horrocks Drury in the face immediately. Please take away his prize money.
Oh, but to be fair, this is probably the best we've seen Incoming Call throughout this entire match so far. And now Aura Farmer are going to try to duplicate a lot of the success that they had on that close hold. Because remember, they managed to hold them for, it was around like 2 minutes on that close hold.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of time burnt. That's the idea with the close hold. You aren't looking to win outright. You know, you get picked once, your spawn does so much worse. It's just time, and that's what the game is all about. Overwatch's biggest resource is and always will be time. Not the player. I should clarify, but
yeah.
the clock.
Oh yeah, 100% will be clockwork. But we'll see how the success lies in here. As Incoming Call, they want to get out as soon as they can, but Horrocks, for the sins of their earlier talk, gets taken care of first. Gonna have a couple of late deaths come through here. Trophy's gonna be able to get back inside and retain that match.
Scrane is now my personal favorite player, immediately killing Horrocks after he's 6-7s in the chat. But yeah, no, that's really good play, and that's what your Diva can look for. You know, Diva is the multi-tool. There can be split targets in both the Zen and the Lucios, and you know, Diva, you don't even need to get the kills, you just need to keep them in check more often than not. But you have to be careful. You have to be careful to not go a bit too aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Sorayas at as high charge as they are, if you are caught out in the wrong place, it takes maybe 2.5 seconds of full charge to burn you down. It is as simple as that. But Big Grab comes through. 6 members, they're doing everything they can as Horrocks once again dies. The sins coming through here today as Rain probably got the bomb here. He'll be able to successfully remake, but Hadi is down. that puts a giant wrench in the system here, as you might be able to clean up this fight here. But regardless of that being the case, Torox is going to beat here. Great knocked out of the mech here. You should see the full hold be falling apart here, but they're going to run the hold on for a little while longer. With Golden Pants still alive, Hadi might be able to get back in time. I don't know.
I mean, they're trying to eke out every single ounce of value that they can, and it works. And, you know, even better, you could potentially force, say, like a shatter or a rally from incoming call to come out here, which would be fantastic, because the Aura Farmer ult bank is a bit shot, but they still have complete control of the payload. You know, 2 minutes that just hasn't moved barely an inch.
Yeah, rally is online. Golden Pants is down. You should see, realistically, the run come to the end right here. UPJ's be thrown in, but they're going to give a lot to win this fight right here, and you can't blame them whatsoever. Everyone else is going to go die on this point. But again, it is another really successful hold. It's a fantastic position to be in right here if you are Aura Farmers, because now, incoming call, 90 seconds left.
Yes, but also incoming call. Goats is a very snowbally comp, and every tank ultimate plus a sound barrier is good enough to win not just one fight, but likely 2. Aura Farmer, they might have to take things a little slow here. Golden Pants' grab is a mandatory, like they need it, but never mind, incoming call, they want to set the pace. And it works against Chaba, who was 93 to beat. What's happening, my guy?
I don't even know anymore. Hadi gonna get bubbled in right here. UPJ is in a rough situation right now. Is Golden Pants gets another grab eaten. Well played indeed. Even with that grab eaten, though, this is still a back-and-forth fight. Shatter is alive. UPJ not back yet. You're going to go really aggro to find something. Hadi has found themselves on the top row all of a sudden. Golden Pants is down. You have the beat to survive momentarily. A bomb being thrown in. Doesn't get rid of anybody, but Aka's going to be able to help everybody sustain as, yeah, just going to run down body after body. Rough situation for Tro. Wants to try to get out of there alive with that mech attack. Won't have the ability to as UPJ have to get out of there alive. Now you have one final fight, and you're going to have the Shatter and then eventually Transcendence.
And once more, it is Aka, who is just such a mechanical warlord on Zen, you know, mostly playing the Amari Wuyang. Definitely is an aimer, right? Yeah. Charging up Transcendence so often, so quickly, that you can just win the latter end of the fight with a desperate Transcendence play that works out. Hadi, goes for the Shatter. Not able to get a lot, but UPJ able to get even less.
Yeah, and now it's left. Someone has to get to this point and at least get a touch and force overtime. They have to go around. They're trying to force their way
over. Happen.
Oh. It's there, literally just in time. Horox has to grab the Mega Health Pack. Santix is coming in. Has to try to keep somebody alive here. Bomb thrown onto the point. Nobody can catch momentarily. Bomb thrown to the back line. And somehow, some way, incoming call had pulled this one back around. Touched with literally 0.2 seconds on the clock. And Egnar, that could be series defining right there.
That is what we call in the industry snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Aura Farmer should win. They should be the GOATs champions right now, but they're not. Yeah. They split themselves up. They can't decide whether they should cover the point to deal with the touch or they should push forward to try and deny that. They're about it in 2 minds, and the one thing we know about GOATs is you do one thing as a unit all the time.
110%. That rally has been committed from IQ Mighty, but hasn't really found any advantage off it. Really has kind of just sustained through the fight. Bro goes all the way through, gets a ton of damage off, building up closer and closer to that bomb once again, but it's going to be the aggressive beat from Chaba that comes from his Aka again. Manages to find the early pick. Yukino down. They're going to fall apart from there. Tro, though, is going to be able to get out with the mech this time, so no staggering. Should be able to reset very quickly.
Somewhat even
Hadi?
What are you doing here, my guy?
Golden Pants! Hit a grab! Please! I beg of you!
Golden Pants hit a grab challenge difficulty impossible.
Oh
and
my!
Again,
and you just have to you have to try to reset here. UPJ, by the way, is at 1 health somehow. Don't know how that's currently happening, but they need to reset because this card's trucking forward.
Hadi is in the enemy spawn. What are you doing? What did they feed this man?
Aka's dead. This is bad. This is devastating right now.
No way they lose this map.
This would be a generation ago.
Yeah, no, it would not be anything other than a
he gets sent out. Santi's dead. This bomb has to be the bomb of all bombs. And then unfortunately, it's not. It's thrown up into the air. Everybody's separated. Golden Pants down. Brain knocked out. Aka's going to be able to get back, but it's going to be for maybe Saul at best. And somehow, some way, Incoming call. He's gonna clutch this one out. Or farmers. I don't have words. Egdar, you need words here because I don't have them. That is
Or farmers through.
insane.
That's all of the words that you need. Or a farmer's through. I mean, credit to Horrocks for being able to get that touch. As, I guess Ukej calls out there. To his own teammates. But no, Horrocks gets that touch at the final hour. But again, in a situation like that, and I know this sounds harsh, I put the blame. I don't say that's incoming call their credit so much as just a throw from Aura Farmer, right? You know, if you want to all be pushed ahead, push ahead, that's fine. Then if, you know, Horrocks ends up sneaking through to touch point, then you can win a 5v6 with the rest of the team before then coming back to point. Or you can even just, you know, turn your back, get Horrocks, and it's fine. You want to stick on the point still with anyone who touches because they're going to be trickling in, that's fine as well. You can't split your team up like that. You have to know, you have to be prepared that, you know, a touch could happen. And, like, this kind of should be a 3-0 right now, but incoming call, now that they have some momentum on their side, I think it can be dangerous. Now, there is a chance, as we go to Volskaya for our next map, or Farmer, they just bully things out here, all calm, no problems. But if incoming call continue to cause problems, Aura Farmer will be kicking themselves over that one.
Yeah, they will be. And to be fair, they had that locked in. But to be fair, that's at the end of the day, what that is, it is just discipline falling apart at the last second. It is what it is. It is literally messing around and finding out if whether they committed 6 to the cart or they committed 6 to the fight. It probably would have gone their way, 100%. But they just have to lock back in. They've been doing it for the last 2.5 maps. I think they can do so again. But you're right about that momentum for incoming call. It means something in the situation. But we'll see how important it is, because with Volskaya and 2CP in general, this is one of those situations where you can potentially snowball. If you don't snowball, you can get held very hard on second point. That's what we saw earlier with Southwest, who got pretty much shut down for the last 4.5 minutes that they were fighting for second in that lower finals by Aura Farmer. So if they've done it once, they could do it again.
Yeah, right. And this is going to be a hell of a thing. I'm just glad that we're getting such fantastic gameplay, and it seems like the teams are coming into their own, maybe getting a bit confident, maybe getting a bit sloppy, but like that's kind of more entertaining. You know what I mean? They, like Goats is a nice sorry, Goats is a nice like niche. You know, it's like I don't know how would I describe Goats? It's like a really massive like chocolate cake. Right?
Yeah.
Where like every few months you're like, you know, I want like a huge chocolate cake and it's delicious and you love it. It's like, oh my god, it's been so long since I've had one. But like if you were given like 4 of those cakes every single day, you'd maybe get a little bit tired. You know what I know? Also, Horrocks, why are you going bold, my guy? This is like, you know, oh, like he's losing his hair. I can confirm he's losing his hair. I saw his hairline in Stockholm. It's a,
yeah, listen, Horrocks, as someone who has now shaved his head on multiple occasions, sometimes you need to accept it. It's life. You go through it. You gotta
go to the r/bold subreddit, which is actually one of the most wholesome places on the internet.
It really is. I believe Headrammer recently became a moderator in that.
Why is Headrammer catching strays, bro?
He's my teammate all weekend. We get to flame each other. It's fine. It's all chill. But hey, you're hoping our farmers are a little chill as well, getting themselves back in order as we're to see that high ground rotation to the right side through that underpass. As unfortunately, Crew did not get the memo. Crew did not read the fine print, did not read the 70-page thesis, unfortunately. And now you can't really leave here either. You can't get out of here.
But we're in a dangerous game of stalemate because also Aka's been found. So it's a 5v5, but one team is firmly behind enemy lines. They have to kind of give inches to each other eventually. How do you secure a pin onto UK, which should clear up this fight quite neatly for our farmers.
Yeah, that should be that. Brain knocked out of that mech. Frost is down though. Slam comes through. It's on to 1, and incoming call is getting forced back. Everybody is low, devastatingly so. Philip does get out alive in that mech, that is amazing. Unfortunately, Sandy X not as lucky as They're also going to go aggro. VJ's gone. In fact, Cro's the only one to get out alive in that fight.
Yeah, how to make the best out of a bad situation there for Aura Farmer. It was an awkward 5v5 situation. We don't know exactly what happened in that small room between Paddy and Jukic, and two big German men never tell. But it ended with Paddy getting the better of his counterpart in the end. Now the victim being taken down quite imminently. People forget that Zarya could be rather squishy. Xantic investing the Transcendence into a 5v6. Far from ideal.
Yeah, everything's been invested here in terms of lobby support ultimate. Baka still has the Transcendence available. Bomb thrown up in the air, wants to try and find some kind of success. Baka last second has to use the Transcendence just to make sure they stay alive. And there we go, Hadi is being burnt away to a crisp. And unless this bomb is some kind of miracle, yeah, you could see this falling apart right here with Hadi gone. Golden Pants has to become the main tank, and unfortunately, I don't think there's enough sustain right now to retouch at this moment.
I'd have to question exactly what happened with Hardy there. Akka was using the Transcendence. Hardy not getting enough healing. Either there was some kind of break of line of sight with some shielding, which can happen, or just really good focus fire. As strange as it sounds, if everyone is shooting a discorded target, and, you know, Zarya has enough energy, you can't just ignore Transcendence. But everyone has to be on not just the same page, but the exact same syllable.
Yeah, 100%. And now a lot of time here. Orphan was in the same exact position just a couple of hours ago, and so far, they're getting off to a good start here. Gonna get a full wipe. Don't have to use anything to do it either. On top of that, gonna have the D-Mech coming through here, and a little bit of added pulling on the side as not just gonna end the suffering then and there.
This time it was Chaba's turn to get a huge boop. You could incoming call, drop off the high ground, but it's split, it's disorganized. You can only assume that was Chaba waiting in the wings, doing some nefarious things. Oh, Paddy, get onto the high ground. Okay, we have a bit of a split now. Some of our farm on the high ground, some not. They are going to have to recoup together. I think incoming call will actually have a slot to take high ground control, should they so wish.
Yep, you're going to see the big investment here. Grab from Golden Pants. Doesn't have a lot to throw into it, though. Grab can throw the other way. Transcendence has to last long enough. It is literally Ultimathon here, trying to stay alive. Eventually, Golden Pants will go down first and foremost. Yukino is taking off Matt Bahati. Manages to sustain through it. That could be enough. Bomb thrown up into the air, trying to find some kind of victim. None to be found, though. Bahati going to be able to get that sustain back. Golden Pants makes the way back to a fight. Unfortunately, you lose Akka. We're starting to build up toward that Transcendence, but I think with IQ Mighty coming back into the fight with a rally, sustain feels inevitable. He's still a body hanging around, but the spawns are just too much.
Yeah, and this is what we remember, or at least some people like to forget about Assault. You have to recall the close fight scenarios where you get a bunch of hits, but you know they can stall a little bit longer, and their spawns are so close and so oppressive, and you are like miles away. Really not much you can do about it. A lot of ults used for both of those teams, so it's going to just be a couple of defensive ults on both these sides. Not many of the tanks are going to use to progress with. So instead, the backline is going to have to become front line in a minute.
That they are. Back into this though. On to the point, only 2:15 left over on the clock. Akka gets picked off early again, is going to be able to hopefully get back here soon with that Transcendence, but with Golden Pants off the edge, it could be devastating. Bomb has to be big, and big it is! Gets rid of two, Yukino and Yukite both gone. And that fight is going to be done and dusted once again. That one probably should have been curtains, but now, again, four farmers hold on.
You can always count on Diva bombs and scrappy, you know, final fights on Volskaya. If I had a nickel for every time it happened, it'd be at least two. But, you know, it works out well. Sometimes desperation is exactly what you need, and, you know, Diva bomb, despite the fact that it's so easily avoidable, is so deadly regardless. You have to be careful at all times.
We could have a bomb available, and we did see them go for it, and they're getting annihilated once again. No bomb being used here. Again, just kind of think a natural reset is going to get booped, straggled around. And I mean, there's nothing you can do as a Diva, but try to make your way through. With a minute left on the clock. I mean, Aura Farmers are setting themselves up to repeat history here.
Yeah, this has to be the fight for incoming call, right? You know, that they can pull off a grab shatter bomb combo, which, I mean, Aura Farmer They can technically counter with perfect use of bubbles and transcendence, but you know, it's a lot easier said than done. Incoming call, they execute all of these 3 ults in quick succession, should be fine. Or Farmer want to go in early with their grab. You can see Goldpan's posturing for it. They're very scared of the heat from.
Oh, and they just missed out on it too, and it's the bomb being thrown into the back line. Big boom incoming, once from both sides. But UKJ being down is the most devastating of all. Of course, IQ Mighty can't get them that rally any longer, so now you lose out on the punch of that sustain. Everybody's going to be dying on this point, but the important thing is that there's 20 seconds left on this clock. You need to go aggro, get a touch. If you get this to at least overtime, that could be a success in its own right. Kaba is going to have the beat available as well. It comes out. Overtime, an inevitability at this point, but you want to finish this one out right here, and you are going to be able to do so. Hottie back into the fight, but it's almost unnecessary. Taking the little ride for UKJ as the full hold on second comes through. And unfortunately for Asante X, we know what's coming next. Oh, man.
The comedic timing could not have been better. I'm glad to see that the players are having fun with it. You know, Santix is a good Zen player. I believe in their ability to kill all 6 members of Aura Farmers alone on point as just a Zen. You never know, man. You never know. You know, people get a bit greedy. You know, a couple of nice headshots are landed. Discord, they got buffed recently. That has nothing to do with this because playing on a different patch. But you can. I'm trying to cope, but. And then the immediate shatter just to put an end to those dreams anyway. But now you look at like these stats and the kill feeds. Obviously, yes, Orphan are winning by virtue of having so many fights, but it's a lot more even than before, right? You know, the gap between Golden Pants and Victim is no longer like 10,000 damage, but something more in line with like 3,000, which works a fair bit better, right? Incoming calls, they seem to be gaining their stride and their groove in this series, and Orifan, this is still kind of anyone's game. Incoming call or Wingcon is set quite clearly. You have to stop both captures, and that's what we're looking at. 2.5 ticks, we'll say, were obtained by incoming call there. So that's exactly what we're looking at defensively wise.
Yeah, you have to essentially go for a full cap is what the situation is, but we're in a good situation enough as you can be. As, yeah, they just gotta lock in and take care of business. They've done it before, hoping.
Yeah, they have to lock in, I agree. The Victim 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, they are. There is plenty of chatting going on here today. We'd love to see it. But, coming down to this right now, incoming call, they gotta lock themselves in. Holding on to first, obviously it's a very difficult ordeal, but you want to try to get at least as much time off as you possibly can. There's the deep investment right there. UPJ kind of just biding that time, biding that kill as much as humanly possible, but instead is going to get thrown into the fire and the flames. Hottie, though, ends up going down first, spraying out of the mech. This fight is done and dusted, but you're going to get rid of one of your Golden Pants, and well, Golden Pants inevitably is going to take this L. Getting one on the way out is pretty meaningful here.
And that is a teamwork point on Farmer, right? That time, you saw in the first fight that Chavo was doing a really good eye of keeping an eye on Horrocks, split the engage, right? Now, what happened there is they all wanted to go left through to try and wrap around to point, but they just didn't do it with any amount of speed or urgency, and they got disrupted.
100%. And now, gets knocked out of the mag. Has to use the bomb to stay back through, but still, Transcendence is used aggressively by Aka here. The Victim is going to have a much easier time with this grab later on. Everybody in the room, it is not the most ideal of situations as Shatter is ready to go. Pin going to come through. Nobody catches the bomb though, and now Hottie shut down. Nearly half time already gone, and now Sprain knocked out of the mech again, and this one is going to be a doozy.
Yeah, this is going.
Oh,
No. I mean, at a point you'd have to force the remake just so that something can happen, right? Still, things are looking up for incoming call. They have to grab and Transcendence, so kind of like crucial alternates. You can Shatter. You can always force a response out of Chava, or just try and, mind getting happy with it. The back Shatter plays, always a fun idea to go for, and very doable with Briggs stun going to a shield.
Yeah, 100%. Priority though, on both sides, Golden Pants has a pretty good opportunity here as well. Only a beat available for Aura Farmers though, as it's thrown in. Transcendence is going to be activated. It's thrown on both sides. The Shatter could not be bigger, but we still need the follow-up bomb thrown into the air. He managed to get Hadi of all people. And Horrocks in the speed is pretty much gonna that secure them this fight away. Rain gonna try to get out. He's gonna use the bomb to try to get out of this one alive. Gets out alive, but he's gonna get DMAC anyway. That is devastating. No way.
Got too traumatized from all the past staggers, right? God, I mean, like, the problem there, Aka shows great discipline by not using the Transcendent, so you have it as a key tool in this fight, either as a response to Ukedge's Shatter or just to use aggressively. But now there's no bomb because Strain tried to use it to save a little bit of time. You know, it's far more valuable as a combo tool instead.
Yeah, he's gonna let that pin go through. Shatter still available, is waiting for the moment to come through here. It could be the Shatter that sends us to a 5th and final map as well. Trying to find something over on that pin. Grab going to come through. Shatter going to come through. Catch is only on the Hadi. We'll see if it's going to be enough or not. UPJ grabs a little bomb. Thrown into the air. Needs to be amazing. Unfortunately, it is not. And with 25 seconds left, we're going to see the cap come through here. And now you have 2.5 minutes of your Aura Farmers to essentially get a full cap on second.
Yeah, and there's a dichotomy between Shatters. You can either use it shock and awe, or you can use it in scrappy fights like that where no one really knows what's happening. Hardy able to get the more effective Shatter, despite being Shattered himself initially, or 2 members of incoming call, and they were easy pickings for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, 100%. Horrocks got that beat ready to go for this fight. Hadi with a Shatter once again. Again, the Shatters we've been waiting for those massive Shatters. The last one before was very massive, but the Transcendence was activated. Horrocks,
what are you doing?
Yeah, Horrocks is getting a very specific email from a very specific British man sometime later this week. Either way, Golden Pants has all this charge. You're completely separated right now if you're UPJ. You're burnt away. Beat has to be thrown in, and it's Victim who's going to have the grab of their life. More than likely. Hanging around, though, is going to catch on the bodies. Bomb is sitting in a place that I didn't know Bomb could chip, but it gets the Victim in the process. And somehow, some way, they're going to get shut down immediately. Time ticking away. A graph to end it all. Aura Farmers complete the lower bracket run, get their revenge. They will win EU GOATs of 2026.
Yeah, and it was damn well deserved at the end as well. I mean, Incoming Call were really stepping up their play. This was the most competitive map that we saw. It was very, very well played from both of these teams. But unfortunately, what happens when you stick together both the name recognition of Aura Farmer and their continued approach to teamwork and improving as a cohesive unit? It's a bit of a niche for GOATs, and that's the thing. And I think that a lot of these players, even though, I mean, obviously Hadi is a very seasoned veteran, but the rest of the team, they're not really GOATs players. They're more kind of come to prominence in Reset in Overwatch 2's life cycle. So even though they've seen GOATs, they've never played it, and that's very different. But they got their practice on it. Versus a team like Aura Farmer, where a lot of these players have been playing way back since the Overwatch 1 days, are well versed at GOATs, even if individually weaker. And obviously they play in every single GOAT tournament, so they're practiced on it. Now you have, just the unstoppable beast of Aura Farmer being not just really good at the game, but also now having the teamwork to be very good at GOATs as well, which is just scary. It's just scary, man.
Yeah, it's a scary thing to witness. But I don't know, they take advantage of it, they go and they make it happen, albeit their silliness almost costed them to have to go to a 5th map. They were a fight away from having to do that. Again, we talked about what it could have meant to potentially lose that. But regardless of that being the case, you know what, to be fair, we've had a really good tournament so far. I'm happy with how this game went, because I was afraid of it being one-sided, kind of like the last one. But no, Egdar, I'm pretty sure we can agree that we are very happy with this matchup. I'm excited that it went back and forth, and we got some silliness. We got an extra map because of it. So love to see it.
Yeah, that we did. It's one of the most competitive games that we've seen, and I have sad news. Europe is done. That is GOATs Europe, and congratulations to Aura Farmer.
Yeah.
I have good news. North America still has their finals,
Hey.
their winners finals, their losers finals, and their grand finals to play out. That'll be starting in about an hour and should be on this exact same channel, CGL 1. If not, it will be on CGL 2. But hey, that'll be fantastic as well. So if you want more GOATs action, just stick around for a few hours. Make sure to follow so that you will see that the stream goes live. I want to give a big shout out to everyone who's been working behind the scenes. Obviously, big thanks to you, Hunter, for joining me, for the players for putting on a fantastic show, and for everyone watching and supporting the tournament. GOATs is a labor of love, even if not everyone loves it, but it's a bit of fun, and we really enjoy it, and we get to see some absolutely fantastic play. We hope that the players have enjoyed it as well, and that you guys have enjoyed spectating it too. So that is all from me and Hunter. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Make sure to stick around for North America GOATs. But until then, goodbye for now.
Water is the softest and most yielding substance, yet nothing is better than water for overcoming the hard and rigid, because nothing can compete with it. Lao Tzu.
Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave. Name straight, new wave.